misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat earth in its place.
Hit the button twice. Welcome everybody to Tuesday Night. I am your host, MC Toon, and it is in fact a Tunes Day, and I've got 3, 4, 5 people queued up potentially. I've already sent the link to 3. Not looking good for those 3 people. I'm gonna send it to number 4 now. But before we get going too far, got some interesting things going here. Let me get this. Let me get this set up here. Hold on. Gotta find it. All right. I go. Yeah, I don't think that guy's gonna come. And he's already backed out. I tell you what, I think TFE has done its work. I think the more I look at it, the more I think that that there are no more flat earthers. There are only fake trolls left. That and the grifters, of course. The grifters would never want to face me in a live debate. Why? Because it will affect their grift. So anyway, sharp threads. I was cold. It's we got a little cold front came through today, and I'm like, I gotta put that. Usually just a t-shirt for me, but it was getting cold. And in this room here, there's just a little heater, a little vent, and it doesn't matter. Nothing comes out. And I disconnected the electric space heater that was in here. So now what? Anyway, I've got, look at it right up there. We've got Facts That Are Not True by Eric Peterson. A fellow debunker. Thank you, Eric. I ordered it last week. Showed up today. Judge Rightly says, any update on McFlatty? Hope he's all right. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. He is, he only does experimentalizations when it's warm in his experimentalization shed. So I don't know. Maybe he's back. He was in a truck stop in Iowa the other day. Who knows what he was doing there? But anyway, Flatzoid for top left, of course. Okay, so tomorrow, Craig and I, we will be doing something. Is the plan? Won't be. Sorry. One more delay, maybe only one more. The top left voting video. We've got all but one now. There's only one voting video that hasn't been completed. I'll give you one guess who's responsible for it. How do we know how Craig is going? Craig is doing great. I talked to him yesterday. We had a video chat. He showed me his place. It's moving on a short notice to a new place is difficult. Don't need to tell any of you that. You can figure that out yourself. So the place they're moving into wasn't quite like really polished and ready to go. So they got a lot of extra work to do there. So anyway, so he's good. They're moved in. They're living in the new place, but there's boxes everywhere. The walls need paint, like bad. Like there's just patch on the walls. So anyway, so there's that. Okay, I have sent the link to all 5 potential. So the main one, Roger Kelly, is the one who I've got in the thumbnail here as having an email conversation going back and forth with him. He was last Wednesday. He was in the live chat for Jaron's show, and in that came out a challenge for a debate, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll email you." Well, he emailed me. Good for him. Storm Rider did not. He said he was going to. He did not email me. So one step up for Roger Kelly over Storm Rider. But Roger Kelly, when if you look at the exchange, he got scared. I'm pretty sure he got scared. So this is the problem with having a kind of a structured debate with flatties is they get cold feet. They, when you're like, okay, well, you will do this, I'll do this. Here's the setup. I will present evidence. You will present evidence. Things like that. The normal things you would expect to be done in a debate. The problem is that they I think what happens is they start thinking about it. They're like, oh, well, here, I'll provide evidence for, wait a second, there is no flat earth evidence, right? They're like, oh crap, what am I going to do? Memes don't cut it. That's not what you present in a debate, not memes. So, all right, so let me show you. I'll just show you the exchange that we had. So here you go. This was it. He sent me the email, reaching out from a conversation in Jaren's chat, ball in your court, as if I might be the one to need the ball, to be need to be told that the ball's in my court. I say, how about next Tuesday at 8 p.m. Central? Right? That's right now. And his answer to that, next Tuesday, for what? Conversation debate? What are you looking for? Well, his title of his email, subject of his email, extraordinary claims. So I'm like, either, but since your subject you chose is extraordinary claims, it seems that a debate will be appropriate. Now, that was the last time. Oh, no, this is the last time that he emailed me. This was the 14th. Today's the 18th. So 4 days ago was the last time that he emailed me. What would you like the debate prompt to be? Do you want several prompts? Do you want me to make claims? Of course, in a debate, you make claims. What claims are you going to make? What kind of structure of debate do you like? Well, excellent questions. And this, as soon as I sent this email, I'm like, well, there's a very small chance he'll show up. Topic is limited to Earth's shape. I claim the Earth is a globe. You see, I made a claim. Flatties these days, it's passé to make a claim. They don't want to make a claim because then they're expected to back it up. Normal things. A real debate requires both sides to make a positive claim. So you would need to make your positive claim too. So I'm opening it up for him to make a positive claim. Ball's in his court. I prefer the format linked below, which is my two. It's on my website. 2 topic per side. Present for 5 minutes, uninterrupted. The other side responds for 5 minutes, uninterrupted, and then a 10-minute exchange. Can be flexible, of course, but that's what I linked. And then you just take turns going back and forth. You do that 4 times. It's great because you get to really focus in on a topic. And the thing is, Flat Earth does not stand up to scrutiny when you speak about a topic for a short amount of time about Flat Earth, right? They're like, oh, claim this, blah, blah, blah. They say, oh, excellent. Let's see the measurements. Let's see the details. Let's go over the analysis of it. And when a Flat Earther starts to actually ponder what it would take for them to do that in a debate, Roger Kelly, I'm sure this is what was happening in his mind. He's like, oh no, how's that going to happen? Flat Earth doesn't stand up to that kind of scrutiny. Flat Earth is only meme thick, right? The thickness of the meme on your screen, how thick is that? It's as thick as a pixel. Not this way, not the square pixel, the depth of a pixel. Anyway, the idea is not topic is Flat Earth, then a shotgun of claims. It's to have a single focus topic, right? So a lot of Flat Earthers will look at that. They're like, oh, I get 5 minutes to shotgun every single claim I can get in there as quickly as possible. Meme debating. So anyway, Then he didn't answer that. And then I sent this one here. Today, the debate's coming up. Or no, this was yesterday. I'll create a thumbnail for, maybe it was today. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Be sure to install and test Zoom before. I sent 2 more emails since then. One saying, why haven't you responded? And another saying, here's the Zoom link. And it won't surprise you that he has not appeared. Neither has he emailed back. So there's that one. Now, what are these other 2? Well, here we've got this one here. Let's go here. We got Rhonda C. And I don't think this is actually a female. I kind of get the impression it's a dude LARPing as a female. Just kind of picked a name. Don't know. Could be wrong. I would not mind being proven wrong. But anyway, I sent Rhonda C on Facebook, because on Twitter can't, a Zoom link. I'm still waiting on him to back up his math matching observable reality. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I'd love to do that in a live debate. 100%. Happy to host you in a live debate. Lately, Flerfs run scared like the chickens they are when asked to back up their claims live. Are you a coward too, Rhonda C? Make excuses if you are a lying coward. Rhonda comparing her Twitter is R Comparin, Comparin. And her name is Rhonda. So also on Twitter, on X. So there you go, Rhonda C, R Comparin. Right there, you see it. But nothing. 55076, is that a zip code? Hold on a second. That seems to me like a Minnesota zip code. Hold on. 55076. Let's see if it's Minnesota. I think it's 55076. That is Inver Grove Heights. Rhonda created her account in 2023. That seems a little close to home, Rhonda. Are you stalking me? I mean, I don't think so. But how come you have my neighboring zip code in there? That's very weird. Very weird. Anyway, Rhonda has the link, has not joined in. So yes. And now we've got one more. If you're on Facebook, you'll know this troll. Again, this one is 100% a dude LARPing as a chick. LARPing as a female. We've got Stephanie Thailand, also known as Jennifer whatever, also as Jane Grey. There's like this troll has a dozen different sock accounts. Anyway, look at this. Stephanie Thailand says Michael Toon refuses to debate lunar eclipses. And then the weird leap of non sequitur here, that because a person refuses to debate something that I'm very happy to debate, actually, completely false, that would destroy the globe. That's weird. This graphic here, who knows what the hell this is? Is it the coffee cup caustic? It would make no sense at all. That makes no sense. Anyway, I said, you want to debate me? Okay, Tuesday works. That's tonight. Let's do it at 6 p.m. Central Time. Moved it to 8. It doesn't matter. Stephanie Thailand spent the next several days posting constantly everywhere all sorts of memes trying to attack me, trying to denigrate me. Didn't work. Pretty much everybody's like, you're a troll, you're an idiot, you're stupid. Stephanie Thailand. But Stephanie Thailand does have the link and has chosen not to. Anyway, 2 more people on X have also received the link who were talking smack. I'm like, hey, you can just just drop in since you want to tag in. How about that? No? Anyway, so there we go. That's that. It's looking like they will be scared, of course, if there's any in the chat. Any other flatties around, I'll be happy to provide a thorough humiliation to any flat earthers that are wishing to receive one. Now I have plans. So, because I learned a long time ago, you got to be ready all the time. And not because I'm a Boy Scout, because I wasn't a Boy Scout, I was a Cub Scout. And by a Cub Scout, I mean, I went to the meetings and I wondered, hey, that's cool. This guy got an award for something. And that guy got an award for something. How come they're getting awards for stuff? Fine. Turns out you do stuff in the book, you get awards. I'm like, oh, okay. That was fun. And I stopped going. Right. I think second grade, third grade. I didn't quite know. I didn't get it until later. But I do greatly respect Boy Scouts. So not to, it's all me, not them. So yes, Bloodwash, the Flerfs are done. Yeah. So, and this really, it is showing how it's cycling down, and I'm happy for it. Right? They are getting more and more desperate. You've got like the extremely desperate ones, like Edward Hendry, like his entire worldview is collapsing. He's posting constantly on his blog, but here's what's interesting. All of these flatties that are like trying to analyze our trip to Antarctica, would not you want, if you're looking for truth, wouldn't you want to go and get the primary evidence, the most quality evidence possible? I've got on my drive, on like these drives right here, right? I've got some drives here with actual like high resolution original data on them, and have any flat earthers come to me and said, hey, I would like to have, can you send me the original high resolution 360 video so that I can analyze it? No, none. They go and analyze what they got from YouTube, which is fine. And they're like, oh, look, there's a little glitch there. Okay. You've identified glitches due to, not glitches, but like anomalies and artifacts due to compression. Why don't you get the highest res possible? They're not interested. They just want to find stuff that they think they can convince themselves or their gullible followers to buy. So I offered to Edward Hendry, for example, you could come to me. I'll be happy to answer any questions. I'm a primary source. You've not spoken with any primary sources at all. Best evidence is always obtained from a primary source. Charles Arnold says Lisbeth isn't on Mark's stream tonight. She had an accident. Is that what it says? Don't know. I had been, somebody notified me that that was the case, that she was not going to be on there tonight, but I didn't know why. Yeah, interesting. So, all right, well, let's got some other stuff here I'm gonna do. Let's see here. We got this. All right, let's get this going here. Will Duffy messaged me today. He's like, hey, what about this? I heard this video of Mikey Smith crying for half an hour on stream. I'm like, yeah, that was kind of sad of him to do, because when you cry on video, you're doing it for attention. You're not doing it right for the right reason. Okay. Let's see. All right. Oh, I got this. That. Gonna make a phone call here. See how this goes. There we go. Who is it? Who am I calling? Will they answer?
Hello?
Hello, how are you doing today, Mikey?
Fred?
Fred, not Fred, no.
Oh, what the hell? This is stupid McDoon. What the hell you want?
Oh, I just want to say hi. How you doing? It's been a while.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. What's up?
How's Brenda doing?
I don't know. I haven't seen Brenda for a while. I saw Brenda back last summer. We had a little meetup, and I don't know why you're so interested in Brenda. Might be available if you're interested. But anyway, you're back in Canada,
So
right?
How do you guys keep getting my number?
You posted it.
Not this one. This is a new one.
You posted it. Anyway, don't worry. Hey, I didn't tell anybody. It was sent to me privately. I didn't tell anybody. But anyway, I just wanted to say hi. How was your trip back, dude? That's a long drive from Vegas all the way.
Yeah, 22 hours, yeah.
Yeah? I commented on your stream, but you must have accidentally blocked me. I know it was a slip of the finger or something, right?
Oh, I don't know. What do you want?
Well, I was just checking on how you're doing. You know what?
Are you live right now? Because you always go live Tuesdays.
I am, yes. So I was here. Oh. How many? Because I bought one of your shirts. I was curious. Yeah. Do you know how many?
Are you gonna burn it? Gonna burn it?
No, I wore it. I wore it on stream a couple weeks ago. How many shirts have you sold?
I don't know. I've made money. I don't keep track of them. It's on the list there.
Oh, you should.
I sold shirts, mugs, pictures, whatever else is there.
Because I know there's two. I know one other person that bought your shirt too. So I mean, I was like, if it's just two, then I was going to tell everybody, all my followers, that they should buy a shirt, just to back you up a little bit.
No, it's not two. It's more than two.
Okay. And then how is your court case going? Have you heard back from that?
I don't. They've got until the end of April to reply back to me. So
okay, and then what?
And then we either go to trial or they settle.
Either go to trial or they settle. Is there now? I don't know much about the Canadian court system. It seems a bit similar to the United States, but probably has a little bit of British junk in it too.
Probably.
Now, if you go to trial, so if you go to trial, do you have to put on the big wig thing? That'd be great. They do.
I'll put on a wig just for you, buddy.
No, like in England. Like in England, the big
but I'm not in
wig.
England. You Americans are so stupid. You don't know anything.
Well, really?
Yeah, you are.
What don't I know? What?
It doesn't matter at this point.
I mean, I don't know. You're right. I don't know anything about the Canadian legal system.
You want a super chat so you can pay your bills, or what's your problem? Well, you can't afford your phone bill anymore, or what?
No, my phone bill's fine. I got it good. Let's see. Peachy Tony says hello. You got some fans here, Mikey. I don't know if you know that, but but
it's not in a good way. They're fans because they think I'm stupid.
Well, I mean, in a cute kind of way.
And they have no idea what the whole concept of the dome above us looks like, eh? So they just like laughing at that when they don't do their own research, eh?
Well, I mean, we did a lot of research. There's been a lot of research done.
I'm the only one who knows what a real star looks like, eh? So you can't deal with that. That's why you like bugging me about it.
How are you the only one that knows what a star looks like? People have much better telescopes than your binoculars.
The telescopes do nothing. You got to research telescopes, man. Oh. They do nothing.
Well, what's different between
I've done my research, man. I've done my research. That's why I've gotten the stars.
So tell us, what
stupid.
What is
I may look stupid, but I'm not stupid, McDoon. I'll tell you that much.
If you say so.
I know exactly what I'm doing.
So explain the difference between a telescope and a binocular. One side of a binocular.
Well, telescopes have refractors in them, and they're bouncing. They're collecting light and surrounding the object with light, and you're getting a larger, broader view of the sky. I don't need to know that there's 10,000 stars in the sky. I want to focus on one star with binoculars.
Okay, so
and it's more natural than a telescope.
So what's the angular diameter of your telescope.
I could care less, man. I know that my binoculars work, and that's what I'm using.
Okay, but you said you did the research between binoculars and telescopes. So I don't quite know the difference between them based on your what you've said so far.
Well, what do you know what the difference is? How about that?
You're the one that said you did the research.
Have you recorded any stars lately? Have you tried to record any stars lately?
No,
have you done any physical work whatsoever towards your globe theory?
Yes, I have. Yep.
Oh, okay. Are you going to post that anytime soon, or you're going to show the measurement of the curve and all this other jazz?
I have.
You're going to show that?
You haven't been watching all my videos, Mikey? Oh, I'm hurt. I'm hurt, Mikey. I know. You're
going to cry all night, aren't you? You're going to cry all night, aren't you?
No.
So is Brenda ever going to get my email? You know, she seems concerned about me. I just want to talk to her. That's all. Just friend to friend. That's all. Nothing.
You want to email with Brenda? Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, do you have Brenda's email address?
No, I posted it. Well, I sent you a link one time or thing in your email, but
I have your email address. And I have Brenda's email address, and I can get you Brenda's email address. I'll send it to you so you can chit chat back and forth with
or.
Yeah, with Brenda.
Yeah, either or, whichever.
I'm happy to do that. I'm sure Brenda will be happy to talk with you. Okay. So, all right. Now I'm still curious because you talked about you did the research. Hold on. You did the research on the difference between a telescope and a binocular, but I'm still curious what that is because you haven't really said that.
I know how you just love playing this on, don't you? Why don't you go figure it out and show me what stars look like? Okay, which one works better, the telescope or the binoculars? Which one gives you a clear, zoomed-in picture of a star, the binocular or the telescope? The telescope is going to give you a huge view of the sky.
Oh, no.
Okay, you're going to see thousands and thousands of stars. I want to see one star, not thousands. I want to see one star, McDoon.
Yeah, so a telescope with
Did you know I'm the only one in this earth, other than the stupid P1000 stupid videos, who has actually recorded a video of a star? NASA doesn't even do that. They don't give you a video. No space agency will ever give you a video of a star. Nobody.
Mikey, that's not true.
Many videos of stars, actual stars. And you can't handle that because you can't handle the truth. I can't deal with your bullshit. I give out the facts and you don't.
Mikey, none of what you said is true. There are videos of stars.
Again, nothing that you have said is true. I can just throw it back right at you.
Through telescopes, there are videos through telescopes, and telescopes generally have a very narrow.
Videos of singles, they're not single stars.
Sure. They generally have a very narrow field of view. Telescopes have a narrow field of view. So
blah 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 blah. I know McToon knows it all. He's a genius. Everybody, McToon's a genius. Woo!
Thank you. Thanks, Mikey. I appreciate that.
All right, peace out, brother.
Yeah, are you going? Don't go. Oh, he left. Well, there it is, people. Apparently, there are no videos through a telescope, according to Mikey Smith, and telescopes only show zoomed out views, so they must be like a super wide field of view, and no telescope, according to Mikey Smith, has a narrow field of view. Oh my gosh, he does not know the difference between a telescope and a binocular, even though he did definitely do all the research, right? Brenda, I will send it to your email address to him. So, okay, let's see. I need to look up a little something here. The 14th comes with experience. So I'm going to make another call, but I need to get a little bit of data here. No. All right, just a second. I'm sorry. I should have had a little more. I know. There we go. There it is. Okay. The 14th. Okay. Sounds like... All right, I'm ready. I'm ready for this one. Ready for this phone call here. Let's get this. It's phone call night, but I got a video too. Is this it here? Oh nope, it's in the folder. You know, sometimes you gotta. Sometimes I have it in Evernote. Sometimes I have it in the folder. So there it is. Okay. Okay, come on. Copy. Come on. Come on. All right. Do. All right. There it is. There we go.
You've reached the voicemail of David Weiss. Please leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Dave. Good talking to you. Well, good talking to your voicemail. It's Toon again. Hey, I'm just welcome back to Connecticut, to the States here. I see that you got back on the 14th here, and you came in through JFK instead of LaGuardia. I don't know. I don't know which is closer to where you're headed. But yeah, you definitely came in through JFK Airport, not because I launched the app, but because your app leaked that data. Then I'm curious, a couple days ago, you posted on Marty Leeds, a video by Marty Leeds, where somebody asked you why about your leaky app, where they said, how, have you fixed it? And you said it's secure. But how could I know that you came back through JFK Airport instead of LaGuardia on the 14th if your app wasn't leaky? Anyway, something for you to think about. Love you. Bye. All right. Thank you to the members of GlobeSec for a little bit of just a little peek of information there. Yeah, think about that. If it's secure, how did I know that on Friday he was at JFK Airport? That he came back from Mexico on Friday, on the 14th. Yep. How did I know that? Well, I can't say. I won't. Who knows? All right. Let's go with just all my favorite, all of your favorites. Is it here? Oh, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this phone call here. It's coming. I don't know. Have any of you noticed like Facebook Messenger on desktop is super slow? I don't know. It's terrible. Hello, Simon.
Hello.
How are you?
Not bad.
Good. This is I'm calling from your credit card company. It seems that you've gotten a request to open a new credit card in Dallas, Texas. Are you the one that has opened? I'm kidding. I'm MC Toon. How are you?
Oh, I know who you are. Don't worry.
I'm live right now. So, you know.
Are you still measuring the Earth flat?
Nope, never done that once. I've only measured it to be spherical whenever I've measured it.
I don't think so. I don't know why you keep denying that.
Well, because I've done the math and I can show them how the math works. You only say things.
Your math Genesis has flat measurements, man.
So you say, but you don't have any evidence for it. You just say that because you don't know how to do math.
We do know. We
No,
do
you
know
don't.
what we're doing, mate.
You don't know how to do math, Simon.
In the world, mate.
Simon,
all right? I speak to surveyors all the time, mate.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I speak to students of surveying, and none of them use
and they've shown you
in their math.
And they've shown you the math that they use, right?
You're the only one that uses curvature. You're the only one who claims to see curvature. You're the only one.
Yeah, I measured it myself.
Where do you see curvature to?
I measured it myself.
Curvature? How do you have a flat horizon on a sphere?
Well, on a sphere that's with a radius of 6,371 kilometers. I'm answering the question, Simon. With the sphere of radius 6,371 kilometers at low elevation, the human eye could not determine the amount of left to right curve. But when you go to a higher elevation, like for example, 72,000 feet.
You live in denial, mate.
Well, hold on. I'm still answering your question.
This is why everyone gets upset with you.
Simon, I'm still answering your question.
We seek the truth,
I didn't finish.
Never ever want to produce the truth.
I'm trying to produce. I'm trying to produce it. Simon, I'm trying to produce it, but you won't stop talking so that I can produce. So I can produce it. So Simon, let me finish. Let me finish answering the question. You ask me a question, I'll just answer it. You just have to stop talking so I can answer it. So at like 72,000 feet, the human eye can see the left to right curvature. You need to be high enough to see it. There you go. Go ahead.
What are you talking about, mate? Have you ever seen the amateur videos where they take up balloons and it's all a flat horizon, mate? Where do you get curvature from, man?
I've never seen one of those balloons that have a flat horizon.
What's wrong with you, mate? You think they went to the moon?
Of course they did.
You can't see all the mistakes they've made, the shadows. You never correct those.
You should go outside and see how shadows work.
You never correct. You want to do your math? Why don't you do your math on the Earth horizon photo, which shows the Earth is too small and the moon's too big?
Yeah, you don't understand photography.
You don't seek the truth, mate. You defend the lie. And that's what... And then you hang around with Duffy and he says, oh, it's okay to lie.
He doesn't say that.
Not, Michael.
He didn't say
Michael.
that. He didn't say that.
He did. What are you talking? There you go again.
He has
lying again. He made a fucking video saying it, man.
Simon, he has 4 sermons on that topic. Did you watch all 4?
Yeah. Who's he talking to? Nobody.
His church. Have you watched all 4 of his sermons on that topic?
Video that it's okay to fucking lie, and you're denying it now.
Did you watch, Simon? Did you watch all 4 of his videos? Just answer yes or no. Did you watch all 4 of his sermons on that topic?
Why do I need to watch all 4 videos?
So that you would understand what he's talking about instead of intentionally misconstruing what he said.
Hang on, Michael. Michael, is it okay to lie?
If somebody's at my door saying, hey, I want to murder your wife, I will lie to them.
That doesn't mean it's okay to lie. Is it okay to lie, Michael?
Yeah, in that case, it's 100% okay. It would be wrong to tell him where she is. It would be very wrong to tell him where she is.
You're fucking wrong, mate.
Yeah.
You're
potty mouth, fake Christian. Fake Christian Simon thinks that he's so spiritual, but he can't control his mouth hole.
If someone's tried to kill my family,
absolutely, you absolutely should lie. 100%, it's the moral thing to do to lie if somebody's wanting to do that. But I would suspect that if somebody showed up to your family members asking where you were in that question, they might just say, "Oh, he's right over there." Go ahead.
Do you lie to your wife? Is it okay to lie to your wife? Hang on. Is it okay to lie to your wife?
If I'm going to have a surprise birthday party, absolutely, I would do it then.
See how you make fucking bullshit up, man. See how you go
there's the potty mouth fake spiritual person. Oh, you're so spiritual, Simon, with the potty mouth.
Huh?
You're so spiritual with your potty mouth there, fake spiritual person. Oh, you
Man,
swear
I'm fake.
constantly. Oh, you're
I'm
so
fake.
spiritual.
I'm a warrior, mate.
No,
I'm
you're not.
fine.
You're a loser.
Yeah, and you are the pussy, mate. You're the wanker that says people drink fucking urine, mate. You're the fucking wanker that goes on fucking line and
you
uses
drink urine?
his fucking little
You
your
drink-
flat earth fucking
Why do you-
website.
why do you
that
drink
says
urine?
Everybody drinks urine. Who the fuck are you to talk about like that about people,
Oh,
mate?
well, your good buddy Santos does. He loves it. He thinks it's awesome.
Oh, so Santos does it. You got to do it, is that?
No, you do it, not me. It's
No, you do
it's
it.
flatties that
You
do it. I
fucking
don't.
write
That's
about
nasty.
people. You write about people. You do it, Michael. You are pathetic, man. You're a liar and you're confusing people. We're out to seek the truth. We know all your bullshit, mate. You're still waiting for the moon landings, mate. Where are they? What's going on with the moon, mate? Why we haven't gone back there?
This is one angry dude. So angry. Dave Murphy.
Angry, mate?
So now Dave Murphy. Do you know Dave Murphy?
Mate.
Dave
You
Murphy
get
drinks
angry
his.
too.
Dave Murphy drinks his
Don't
piss.
worry, you get angry too.
Do you know Dave Murphy?
Right.
Mercy. Do you know Dave Murphy?
Michael, it's okay to lie, mate.
do you know-
You're pathetic. You rolled yourself. I think he's got to Antarctica and use green screen, calls all this fucking shit.
But I've offered you, didn't I offer you $100,000 to go there with me? And if the
What do you
sun's,
mean $100,000? Where are you going to get $100,000 from, Michael?
oh, I'll have it in escrow before we leave.
You already owe Nathan Oakley $10,000.
No, I don't. What did he do?
I made a bet with you, $1,000, and you never took my bet. And then after the fact, you turn around and say Simon owes me $1,000.
Oh,
Well,
I have the screenshot.
Listen, consistently messaged you over 20 times 6 months prior. Michael, let's have a bet, a personal bet, and you never ever replied.
I
And then you
did.
go online
I did. I
and
have
you
a
say,
screenshot of it,
oh,
Simon.
owes me $1,000, and you know what? And then all your little minions. They start saying, "Where's the money? Pay up, pay up."
You should pay
I don't
up.
have to pay you shit.
You
You know
should
why?
pay up.
Because a real man doesn't do what you do.
Yeah, well, you owe me $1,000. I gotta.
No, I don't. Show me where you accepted my bet,
I
Michael.
did. I posted
No, you
online.
didn't. Hang on, man. I messaged you through Messenger. Show me on your Messenger where you said, Simon, I accept your challenge.
I did it on
You
Facebook
you
in a
can't
comment.
do it.
I didn't
you
do it.
You can't fucking do it. You fucking lied, Michael. It's okay to lie, remember? That's what you are. So you'll lie to defend anything.
It's
That's
okay
how
to lie
pathetic you
in
are,
certain
Michael.
circumstances.
Michael,
100%.
you're very
It's
pathetic, man.
even in the Bible that you
All right.
didn't read. Do you know
turn
where?
around and
Simon.
you talk about other people
Simon.
and you never think about what you
Hey,
fucking say.
hey, potty
you think
mouth.
you're righteous. You're not righteous,
Hey,
Michael.
potty mouth. Hey, potty mouth.
You
Where
never, ever come
in the
on
Bible?
and
Where?
challenge Nathan Oakley
Yeah.
to a fucking debate. You always
Oh,
say about
1100
muting.
days.
What do? You mute too.
I do?
Yeah, you got schooled by John. You got schooled by what's his name? Keep forgetting fucking names anyway. You got schooled by everybody, man.
Okay, come on, potty mouth. Who
You
was it?
make the earth flat and you lie to people. You fucking know. Your genesis of your math is all flat mathematics.
Well, you've never shown
It's
that.
a fact.
You've
And
never
then-
shown
and
that.
then hang on, Michael. And then I asked you to define on the NASA document 1207, which states all these mathematics you should assume a non-rotating Earth.
Oh, you know what else it assumes?
Why
Simon.
is that in there? Why is that in there,
I will
Michael?
answer that.
That's $1 million document.
Do you
They
want-
spend millions of
do you
dollars
want
on
me to-
making these documents.
Do you want me to answer? I'll happily answer. What you'll need to do is while I'm answering, you'll have to not talk. Can you control yourself long enough to not talk while I answer?
I don't have much time, Michael. I'm at work.
Are you ready to hear the answer to that question? All right, I'm going to give it to you. And what I'm going to do is I'm not going to listen to you talk back when I'm answering. So I am an engineer. You are not an engineer. I know what engineering documents are about. This engineering document has what's called simplifying assumptions in it. There are multiple simplifying assumptions like there is no wind, that airplanes do not flex, and that the mass of airplanes do not change, in addition to
Michael,
several
you're
other
fucking
simplifying
full of
assumptions.
shit, Michael.
But
You're
none
full
of
of
those
shit, Michael.
simplifying
Do you know what's in
assumptions
there, Michael?
are
Do
true.
you know what's in
Those
there?
are
Because the
messages
Earth,
in there
you know what's
that are specifically stated so that the future engineers do not so that the future engineers
pitch data. Listen here, man. You fucking
so that the engineers do not make the mistake of thinking those were included in the computations. So the future engineers know that they have to take the rotation of the Earth into account because it wasn't done at this step. They also need to know that they need to take into account wind because it wasn't done in this step. So that's how it's done. Okay. Okay, Simon. All right.
What kind of engineer,
so now,
Michael? What kind of engineer are you?
I am a professional software engineer, and I'm trained in electrical engineering.
Software engineer.
And I'm trained in electrical engineering.
What? You do SQL? What do you do, mate? Build servers? I've done that. Go on. What do you do, Michael?
I do write SQL. Yeah, pretty much every day.
SQL, do ya? You purge databases, do ya? What do you fucking do? You're an engineer. You're a wanker, mate. You're not an engineer, mate. You're not a civil engineer.
I write email. No, I didn't claim to be a civil engineer.
I gave you a video on a fucking geologist. I refuted a guy that's well known, geologist, telling you about the Earth, and you reckon, he's nobody. You hand wave everything we throw at you. The reason
what you need to do is you need to have measurements.
The reason they put
you need to have measurements, Simon. Do you have any measurements? Do you have any measurements of flatness? Do you have any of them? Just get the measurements. You don't have measurements, do you?
What the fuck are you talking about? What measurements, man? How do you...
Measurements is how you determine the shape of the Earth.
How do you measure?
That's on you, not me. It's not my claim, it's your claim.
See how you're hiding? See how you fake it?
I will gladly provide measurements for the globe. I don't have the burden to provide evidence for the flat.
You have no future. Your time is limited. You go to Antarctica and you use green screen. You're an amateur,
no, he didn't. Like I said, I will pay you $100,000. Listen up, Simon.
You couldn't pay anybody, mate.
I will have.
Nathan
listen,
$10,000 because
Simon,
he proved you wrong.
Listen, Simon,
and
just for a second.
Handle it.
Simon, listen up.
You go down Antarctica.
Simon, listen.
Where are the guns, Nathan?
Oh my gosh, Simon.
Walls.
Can you
still
stop?
Don't fucking watch it.
Can you stop talking for a second, Simon? I will have 100,000. Stop talking, Simon. You have to listen. You have to listen. I will put $100,000 in escrow.
You need to listen.
I will put $100,000 in escrow. You put $100,000 in escrow.
You're not an engineer, Michael. You're a software developer. You're a wanker, mate.
I am a software developer. You're right.
You're not engineers, mate.
You're
not an engineer, Michael.
Yes, I am.
You're not a fucking engineer. You've built nothing, Michael. All you do is write code.
How would you know that?
That's all you do.
How would you know? You won't stop long enough for me to explain anything.
Because you're a fucking liar.
Do you breathe? Do you take a chance to breathe for a second here? I write email filtering software. So I do write SQL every day. I also write Java, Python, Bash, PHP.
What's engineering about that, Michael? What have you designed? Somebody else made it. You didn't make it.
No, I made it. You weren't there.
What do you mean, Michael? You never made anything.
Oh my God.
Have you built a house?
I've not built a house.
Do you know how to fucking change a tire in a car?
Yeah.
You're spastic, mate.
I've rebuilt the differential in a Jeep, a Dana 35. How about that?
Mate, you're not a fucking engineer. You're a software moron.
Well, I'm trained as an electrical engineer. I'm trained as an electrical engineer. Do you know that?
You're not an engineer. And the reason why they have that statement in the documents of the NASA documents, 55 of them, is because if you do the math and you use without assuming the Earth is not moving, you're going to crash the aeroplane, Michael.
Oh,
and what about the fucking pitch data?
Do you have the math?
Hang on. Oh. What about the NTSC pitch data?
Yeah, what about it?
Shows the plane flying straight.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. See how you lie again?
No, it doesn't.
You are lying again. You lie to all your minions. And what you do is you make them come after me on Facebook and you run. You hide.
I run
You're
and
a
hide.
hider, Michael.
Oh, no,
You're a
I
fucking
don't.
Coward, Michael.
I ask you every
a
day
fucking
for
coward,
evidence,
man.
and all you do is state things. You like
What do
you
mean,
know
what evidence, man? I just fucking explained it to you.
that's
You just
not
kept
evidence.
going.
That's just claims. How do you not know this? How is there? Are you
What's
so confused
trigonometry, Michael?
that
What's
when you
trigonometry?
say
What's
something, it's not
trigonometry?
evidence?
What-
You need to
What is
provide something.
trigonometry? You tried to see the fucking curvature of the Earth at ground level.
Yeah, you can.
You're
Yeah,
a
yeah.
liar.
You can see.
You're
You
a
can
liar.
measure it there.
No, you're a liar, mate. You've never seen it. You're fucking imaginary.
No, you
We
can
don't live on a
measure it.
toilet
You can
paper
measure
roll.
it right there on the surface. You can do
We don't live
that.
on a toilet paper roll, and we don't measure the Earth from the center of the hell.
Here, hold on. What a hot tosser of sausages on the Barbie mate. says
Listen,
Killer
mate,
Cuts.
You sound like a dickhead. You sound like a dickhead, all right? You're a fucking nerd.
Kyle
You're a
Gray
software
says,
nerd. You're
is
not
he
an
real
engineer.
mad? Oh,
Do you
shh.
understand you're
Hold
not
on.
a fucking engineer? You don't even
Hold
know how
on,
houses
stop for
are
a second.
built.
Stop for a
You
second.
don't even know any
Hold on.
surveyors.
Kyle Gray says, is he real mad or is this baseline? Yeah, is this your normal case or is this actually like angry? People are wondering.
We've showed you heaps of citations on how celestial navigation works, how a sextant works, but for some reason,
but you know what?
think the Haverside formula, which is used after the fact.
Yeah, it's part of celestial navigation
How do we
is
measure
high
latitude,
Haverside.
Michael, how do we measure latitude?
How do we measure latitude?
Yeah,
Well,
like baseline. See, you can't answer it because
I
you
can't-
know.
well,
you know, see? Hey, wake up,
tell you what, in
Michael,
Australia,
it's time to wake up,
in
Michael.
Australia,
It's time to wake up.
in
Listen,
Australia, hold on.
You're a Kamala Harris voter. You voted for Kamala Harris. You're pathetic.
So Simon, in Australia, do you measure the angle to Polaris?
We have other celestial stars we fucking use. All right, you
Oh,
know there's
so you
55
can't
of them.
you can't use the elevation to
We
Polaris.
use 55 celestial stars. Am I right?
Flat earthers don't use
55,
any
60,
celestial
I don't know.
navigation. Flat earthers can't
What the
do
fuck
celestial
I just
navigation.
asked you a question, Michael, and you denied it. How do we measure latitude?
Well, in the northern hemisphere, we can measure it approximately using Polaris, but it doesn't work in the southern
Tell
hemisphere
me how the
for some
map
reason.
is done, Michael. On the ground. I'm on the ground. I want to measure the height of a mountain. How do I do it, Michael?
It's about latitude, and now you're saying height of a mountain.
Oh,
Are
see,
you confused?
Keep your hair wavy, Michael. You're looking like a dickhead because you're doing a really good job
You
at lying
seem
right
confused.
Now. You know that you need a flat Earth to do it. You need a flat Earth to do it.
Dark Star
Then
4400.
After that, you use your Haverside formula, and then you're going with your bullshit.
But Haverside
All right.
formula only works on a sphere. Dark Star 4400 says Flerf mantra: when in
but
danger, when in doubt,
but the
run in
genesis
circles,
of the map
scream
is a
and
flat
shout.
Earth, to get your fucking
No, we
curvature,
didn't.
You're using a flat Earth measurement
No,
first.
I used a globe measurement first.
Man, Michael, are maps flat or not?
I have a picture of my dog. Is my dog flat? Because the picture's
See,
flat.
Michael, see how you hand wave everything? Are maps flat, Michael? One simple question.
The globe
Are
map
they
that I have
2D?
is not flat. I have a globe.
Is it 2D? Is it 2D
Yeah,
or 3D?
it's a 2D representation of a 3D object.
Listen here, Michael. Stop talking
Just
shit,
like the
man, 'cause
photo
you're
of
fucking
my dog.
embarrassing yourself. Michael, are maps flat? When you open up a map,
Yeah,
you're going somewhere.
they
Is it-
are,
Michael,
but
just
they're
answer the question,
distorted.
Michael, they're not.
They're distorted. Do you
When
know? Do you ever notice
when you
on
measure
a map
Listen, Michael, when you measure kilometers, is it linear?
when I measure kilometers on a Lambert conformal conic map, it is not linear.
You are talking shit again, Michael. If I'm going
Oh, you
from point
don't
A
know
to
that
point B,
about
if I'm
Lambert
going-
conformal
if I'm
conic
going
projections?
if I'm going from Minnesota to Chicago,
Yeah.
how will I get there, Michael?
But you'd probably use GPS, global positioning satellites.
Oh, GPS now. What's GPS referencing, mate?
Global positioning system.
Yeah, and what's that? Flat Earth measurements,
No,
mate.
it's not.
Again,
It's-
triangles.
No, it's not triangles.
See, Michael, you're fucking stupid, Michael.
I know how GPS works.
It's
not triangles. It's it's multilateration is what it is. So what happens is I'll explain it to you.
Listen,
I'll explain it to you.
The genesis of it, where you you're measuring
Simon,
a flat
Simon,
horizon,
stop for a second.
Michael.
Simon,
you can't
Simon,
stop lying. You can't stop lying because you and Duffy say it's okay to lie. You're pathetic.
Simple Simon, stop for a second. Simple Simon, you're going in circles. You're going in circles. Just a second.
You lied about me owing you money. You can't produce anything.
Simon,
on saying you accepted my
Simon,
bet. You
breathe.
Can't stop lying. You're pathetic, Michael.
Breathe for a second, little boy. Little boy, calm down.
Everybody.
Repeat after. Try to breathe. Find your zen. Okay.
So, Michael, you're not humiliating me, Michael.
Let's go.
You're humiliating yourself.
Let's go. Here, let me explain.
Let me explain. Simpleton questions.
I'm trying to answer, and you won't.
How do we measure latitude, Michael?
I'm trying to answer, and you won't let me answer, Simon. That's rude. Your mommy would not approve.
I'm
Simon,
standing on the ground, Michael.
Your mommy would not approve of your constant interruptions.
I want to measure the height of a mountain. What do I do first, Michael?
Find your zen.
Everybody,
just breathe.
Michael doesn't want to answer my questions.
I do. You won't let me, Simon.
Try and humiliate me. He thinks he's an engineer. He's not an engineer. He's just in his basement.
Simon.
He believes in space, kids, NASA stuff. It's fake.
Simon. All right. Jingling. Listen up, Simon. Okay. So. GPS uses the time difference between when the satellite sends out the signal and when the receiver gets the signal. And then it knows how far away it is because it knows the speed of light. It does that for 4 or 5.
What is the genesis of the math that they use to get the satellite up there, Michael?
Quiet.
You're not answering, Michael. You go around in circles, man.
Quiet. I'm trying to answer, but you jumped in. You jumped in before I was done, Simon. You need to wait a second. Okay, so now you get the distance away from multiple satellites, and then you can draw a sphere for each of those satellites in three-dimensional space. And where those spheres intersect is where you are.
Question about elevation angles, and you can't even fucking produce a decent angle.
Trying to.
I know everything. You're nothing.
Trying to, but you won't stop, Simon.
You're a fucking nerd, man. You don't have any
It's not an insult to call a smart person a nerd. It's the truth. I don't mind it, Simon. Let me, I need to have a little sip of my flirt tears.
Because you're fucking wrong. You always make mistakes, Michael. You're making mistakes. You're lying.
Well, I mean, everybody makes mistakes.
Truth,
your parents made a mistake.
You're the one who doesn't seek the truth. You say, everybody drinks urine. Who talks like that? You talk like that.
Well, it's very common amongst flat earthers.
Drink urine. I wouldn't even fucking imagine saying shit like that.
But Nathan Oakley talks about it. Do you know that?
Listen.
Do you know
you're scared of Nathan Oakley? We've asked you 1,000 times to come on and have a chat.
I'm not scared.
Why won't you do it?
I'm not scared of him. Tell you what, let me get the time.
You debate King Nico. That's who you debate.
Well, yeah.
He doesn't know anything called King Nico. He's a good kid. He means well.
He's an idiot too. All right.
He's a good kid, you dickhead. He's a fucking good kid. All right.
No, he's dumb.
He's a person.
No,
he just doesn't understand. He doesn't know what questions to ask you.
Oakley scared to debate MC Toon on neutral platform 1,120 days, 20 hours, 1 minute, 7 seconds.
When you go to his server or their server, it's not his server. He's not controlling it. Why are you lying?
Because he has his mute button automatically set up so that whenever he talks, the other people are not heard. He does it automatically all the time.
I listen to Nathan every day, and no, you get dumbasses who sit there talking about the math, and they don't realise they're measuring the Earth flat, and Nathan has to put them in their place.
So you mean he needs to mute them? That's what you mean, right? He just mutes them.
No, he doesn't mute them.
Yeah, he does. It's automatic. When he talks, his microphone picks up that and automatically mutes the other person. That's what happens. Do you not realize that? It's very obvious to everybody watching along. He auto mutes everybody else. It's very embarrassing for him. I've proven it. You can see it on screen because when their avatar, when the other person's avatar on Discord lights up, you can see that they light up when they're talking. You can also hear Oakley talk while the other person's avatar is lit up. And then you can see and hear that Oakley automatically mutes them. So
Nathan will put you in your place forever.
1,120 days Nathan has been running from me.
Nathan will destroy you.
Well, if he would destroy me, he would destroy me on a neutral platform where he doesn't have the mute button.
You got no balls, Michael. You're a fucking coward. You want to
Dark Star 4400.
Debate some amateurs.
Dark Star 4400 says Simon. Simon.
You treat everyone like they're fucking dumb, and you think you're smart.
I mean, you are. You know that. So Simon, Dark Star 4400 says, "How short is your?" Never mind.
Listen, forget your fucking minions, mate. This is between me and you, and you know it. All right, I don't give a fuck what they say. You're lying to them. Okay, we asked you how do we measure an elevation angle, and you won't even fucking say it. Do you need a flat baseline to do it?
No, you don't. You can do. All right, so Simon, I'll answer you. Ready? You know what? I've got the book. Hold on.
I fucking know how it's done, mate. I know how it's done, Michael. I know what trigonometry is,
Michael. No, you don't.
What geometry is, Michael. Yeah, I do.
All right. Here we go. I've got
triangles. There's no curves in them, mate.
All right.
You're stupid, Michael. I work with surveyors, friends of mine. They all say, they say about 8 inches squared per mile, Simon. But we never used it. Never used it, Simon. They gave me.
Simon, we know you. We all know you don't have any friends. But so
you see what I go?
I know it's tough. It's tough.
I have a lot of friends. So listen, and my friends
are
precious. All fighters and warriors, Michael. We train 3 times a week. Don't fuck around with me.
Yeah. What do you say? Okay, so here we have.
You're the weak breed, Michael. You're the weak breed. You're the fatso, Michael. With
there
the
it is.
Tits.
Okay. All right.
There it is.
So Simon, here we go.
See? Bitch tits. You're not even a real man.
All right, Simon, here we go. Now listen.
Woman.
Listen for a second. We've got Euclid's Elements. Thanks to Rubik's here. Euclid's Elements, Book 3, Proposition 18. So Proposition 18 is... Hold on, I'm not done.
Augustus Picard? Have you ever heard of Augustus
Simon,
Picard?
you asked me a question. I'm going to answer the question.
Have you ever heard of Augustus Picard?
I have. He measured that the ether doesn't exist is one of the things. But just a second, Simon, you asked me...
Augustus Picard did not measure the fucking ether, you dumbass.
That's right. He measured that it does not exist. So,
Augustus Picard went up in a balloon. He was the first one to go to the stratosphere.
No, he wasn't.
Oh my God, Michael, you talk so much fucking shit. It's hilarious. You know nothing there.
Okay, so Book 3.
Michael, you're
Book
really
3,
stupid.
Proposition 18. Euclid's Elements defines a line tangent to a sphere. A circle, right? So hold on.
Okay, let's talk about Coriolis, Michael.
Hold on, no,
when it leaves the rifle of a gun.
You asked me, Simon. That's not Coriolis. That's Coriolis. I'm trying to answer a question from 3 questions ago, Simon. Simon, 3 questions ago you asked me a question, Simon. You asked me a question 3 questions ago. I'm still trying to answer that question. You won't stop talking. You're incredibly rude. What a horrible person you are.
You're fucking talking you haven't got the mute button here. Sorry, man. No mute button,
the person I'm talking to is a rude and disgusting monster.
You're a muter, and you get people to attack me and chase me up all the fucking time. Because
you're a horrible person.
You're
all right.
Fucking coward.
Well, Simon, since you won't let me answer, I'm just going to have to say thank you for.
You answer. Listen, Michael, elevation angle.
All right. Since you refuse to let me answer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say thank you, and I'm going to. You won't let me. You won't let me.
An elevation angle, Michael.
Excellent. I will gladly answer that. Now, Now, if you start talking over
is
me,
there a flat base, Michael? Is there a
okay,
flat baseline when you're measuring an elevation
Simon, I'm
angle?
trying to answer. You won't let me.
Answer this question. Do we have a flat baseline when we're measuring a mountain with an elevation angle?
Yeah, I'm about to answer the question. Are you ready?
It's a yes or no, Michael.
If you interrupt, I will just end the call.
Yes or no?
Okay.
I'm going to interrupt you because you can't answer correctly.
Bye.
Yes
Love you.
no?
All right. For everybody wondering, that was Simon. He is pure evil. If you ever happen upon him in the street and you're like, hey, I wonder what evil looks like, Simon Mav. Anyway, here it is. He asked me a question. He won't let me talk. Here's book 3, proposition 18. You see, we've got a circle here, and we've got a line tangent to that circle, right? So the Earth is a sphere, and we have this line right here, okay? So now another line can be drawn out to a point somewhere along here or some indefinite distance away, and you could have a second line that's relative to this one, and you can measure an angle between them. That's how you measure an elevation angle on a sphere. And flat earthers of the Nathan Oakley ilk, who are really, right? It's no surprise that Simon is one of them, because they have to be horrible people to like Nathan Oakley. It's no surprise that he's not smart enough to understand that you can measure an angle where one of the sides is a tangent to the surface you're on, and the other side is between the observer and the distant object. This isn't a challenging thing to do at all. But people that don't understand geometry, it's magic to them. Anyway, so yes. So he will be on my Facebook page. This is going live right now on Facebook. Rather humiliating for him. He asks me a question. I try to answer. He won't let me. So anyway, I gave an answer to that question that he pretended he wanted to have an answer to. So thank you very much, Simon, for demonstrating that flat earthers are pure evil. Nobody is surprised by that. Marcus Leach says, ask him which court and the filing number. That was to Mikey Smith, which, yeah, Mikey probably wasn't about to tell us. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, your brain will translate the letters WTF, but not LOL. And you missed the second the. What? What are you talking about? Oh, jeez. Man. Chrome is crapping the bed constantly. All right. Mr. E-Man said, for $5, this is a bribe. Oh, to Mikey Smith. So yeah, Lord Loomis, your brain will translate the letters WTF, but not LOL, and you missed the second the. Your brain will translate the letters. Got me. And I can't pull that up, but yes. So Lord Illuminous Pooh wrote, your brain will translate the letters WTF, but not LOL. I don't know. Both of those are just letters to me. And you missed the second the. Yep, there were two thes in that sentence. It's our brains. English language is has built-in stuff, and our brains deal with it. RC, it's flat, says, show us the curve math matching observable reality. Well, today is your lucky day, RC. RC, it's flat. It's your lucky day. I will show it to you. Email me, mctoon@mctoon.net, and you will receive in return a Zoom link, and I will show it to you live. You can join. You can get your face on screen. You can borrow my clout to get yourself famous. I'll be looking for it shortly here. Brenda says, Mikey can email me. So can lots of people. Yep. Scotty Orange says, you launching a Flatty prank call show? Well, tonight has turned into that since 5 Flatties ran off. They had an opportunity to debate me live. So, I mean, Simon Mav is like, that's who they have left. The guy we just had on, that's who they have left. right? He won't stop talking, and he doesn't understand geometry while standing around telling everybody else that they don't understand geometry. I have offered Simon to take a high school trigonometry test. Both of us, we both put $1,000 in escrow. Highest score wins. He didn't take it. He thinks he knows geometry or trigonometry better than I do, but he won't take the $1,000. Of course, he knows I'll win. That's why. Addicted to gaming for $10 says Mikey was probably videoing a Hollywood star with his binoculars. Oh, Mikey Smith. Itoria says the thumbs up to the left of the chat is the Dave's app sucks button. Don't forget to give it a click. Woot. It's Tuesday. Yep. The Gorn captain says he got so angry so fast. I love it. I think we're talking about Simon, aren't we? The Gorn, yep. The Gorn captain says he don't even cuss, bro. So this is what I always find funny. Not funny, like sad, really. So flatties often think that they're hyper religious, that they're super religious, spiritual people, including Simon. Simon thinks that he's a spiritual guy. He thinks that he is a Christian. Now, I'll say, where is the fruit? Man, what a vile piece of trash he is. So yeah, this is the thing. It's almost like somebody is paying flat earthers to be vile, disgusting, horrible people to make flat earth look bad and make Christians look bad. That's how bad they are. I don't think so. I don't think that's the case, but it looks like that. RC, it's flat. Says you ran from backing up your clam and X. No, dude, I don't do it. I'm right. I will like just throw stuff out there. But here's what I want, RC. I want to humiliate you live. I want your face on screen right here while I humiliate you. Right? Because I know something, RC. I can back up my claims and you can't. That's why you won't join. Because you know, when you ask me, can I show you the math? I can. And you know, when I ask you, can you back up your claims? You can't. You know that. You know that. That's why you won't come on. You have a little more self-awareness than other flatties. I get that. Good for you. We've got another one. Earth is not a planet. Who is, guys, if you're unwilling to face me live, you just come in here in the chat. I mean, I get it. You're scared, right? But did you see this yet? Dropped on Earth Awakenings and quickly deleted. What is this? This is interesting. I just got an email. Like I want to look at it. Just a second here. All right, I gotta save it. I get stuff sent to me all the time, and get something sent to me hot during a debate is great, but is a bit of a challenge to deal with at the moment. So let's see. Because I don't know who sent it to me, and they have truth in their email address. What does that tell everybody? All right, here we go. I can't show it. Without reviewing it first. So, All right. There it is. Okay, so I've got it. Right, I'll see if I can look at it, if I can get a chance to look at it. Okay, thank you for that. Whatever it is. We got Jimmy. Jimmy Madison 42 says the moon is 238,000 miles away, and it's proven daily by ham radio guys using EME bounce. Project Diana proved it with radar in 1946 as well. Exactly. So where's the math? Right there. Where's the evidence backing, conforming to observational reality? So the math says that there should be a certain amount of time for that bounce to come back. And reality confirms that it takes the correct amount of time. So Roger that says that video is from What's Its Wife. Well, but the email is not. The email is from somebody with truth in their email address. But okay. But I can't, I need to review it. So let me catch up with this. Justin Messenger says FE math 6/3 times radius plus 8 inches per mile minus grapes equals Titicaca. Thank you. So to answer Kyle Gray's question, is this real math or is this baseline? That's his baseline. Can you imagine, right? This guy just all day, every day, he's just an angry little tiny man. Lisa says, this is almost illegal triggering Simon so hard. Almost. LOL. Is it wrong to enjoy this so much? No. This is Flat Earth. Flat Earth is a gill net for the worst people on the earth. And they get stuck in there. And there's a sociological benefit. A benefit in society to having flat earthers caught in the gill net, to have horrible people caught in the gill net of flat earth. It's like if you've read the book Cryptonomicon by Neil Stephenson, right? The criminals get their crime tattooed on their forehead. It's almost as obvious as that, because flat earthers are just so dumb, right? But on top of it, they're horrible people. So when somebody starts talking flat earth, you're like, oh, they're probably, a horrible person too. It's a good chance, The good ones have left for the most part, right? And there's still some, I'll give it a chance. There's some that are still decent, but they're not smart, right? Here's why you can't be smart. Show me the geometry. Right? It's geometry. It's seriously, it's not high school. It's middle school. Jimmy Madison 42 says, it appears I have to suffer Facebook to hammer Flerfs. Facebook is where they're quite active. And if you look on my page, I have the really disgusting ones, because I don't block them generally. The really disgusting ones have found their way to my page because I think they've gotten blocked everywhere else. So if you want to come and smack some flatties around, there's no shortage of them on my Facebook. They're on my Facebook page like flies on, well, you know what? Judge Rightly says, MC Toon, can we have a nice, pleasant conversation? This dude, yeah, absolutely. How embarrassing for Simon. David Villar says, so you stupid Flerf, you confuse line of sight to the horizon as a flat earth measurement. Yeah. I mean, if the horizon ever dips, that doesn't work for flat earth. They're like, then you use Haversine. Oh, yes, we do use Haversine. That doesn't work for flat earth. But the original is flat earth. No, it's not. You just say that. And then you believe it like a religion. It's not. Nugs Automation says the lack of self-awareness and false confidence of Flerfs never disappoints. I'm going to make another call in a minute here. Lord Aluminous Poo says Simple Simon is the lie man talking to my MC Toon. His spoken word was mostly turds as he is a buffoon. Oh, a little rhymey there. Steve from Wormhaven says Morkel is Aramaic for head of fragrance. Okay. There's a flat earther who brags about having colognes, lots of colognes, and tries to use his cologne collection as an insult to other people. Like, well, you don't have a cologne collection. Like, you're right, I don't. Oh no, how bad, how terrible for me. Like, his YouTube is him reviewing colognes. Like, okay, great. Super. Everybody has their niche. But, like, having that be something related, like, and he's a flat earther, like, having that be like an insult, it's not an insult. It's not the insult you want it to be. Killa Cut says, we all have flat maps because we can't carry on giant inflatable globes. Aussie flump, yes. And they don't, right, seriously, I would take a picture. It's flat. Does it make the thing that it's a picture of flat? It does not. That's how dumb they are. They are so dumb that saying maps are flat, therefore Earth flat, is the same as saying this picture of dog flat equal dog flat. The Sun Express says, please remind this Flerf there's not a single problem with measuring an angle whilst stood on the slope of a mountain. That would confuse him. That would. Icy Spin says, don't the Flerfs overlords have anyone better than this dingle bloke from Tony Naum's neighborhood? Maybe they really are out of good. Flerf. Anyway, hello. It's good. I did cut my hair. What do you think?
Looks good.
It looks good. What do you guys think? I did it. They went to, what movie was it?
The Looney Tunes.
The new Looney Tunes movie. And so just after they left, I cut my hair. So, was it a good movie?
It was pretty cute.
Was Bugs in it?
No, I was Daffy Duck and
Daffy Duck. Right. Cool. How you doing?
You're fine. Are they like, do you always talk to your wife like that?
I don't always talk to her like that, no.
How are you doing?
Okay. The puppies, I think the puppies heard you come in. They barked a little. So.
Well, I'll let them out and put it back in here.
Okay. Sounds good. You give me knuckles. Right. All right. Thanks.
That was way too far.
I know. Oh, Icy Spin wants spoilers. Just for Icy Spin. Spoiler from the movie.
They saved the world.
They saved the world. Just for you, Icy Spin. Everybody else has to forget. All right. We've got Jay Donashi says, when did your name become Markle? Yeah, I don't know. Like I know Aussies pronounce things weird, but that Aussie, he pronounces things very weird. It's part of the non-education version part of his life. Eric Burns says, Simon, this astronomer says the Earth is a globe. He's like, I talk to surveyors all the time. Yeah, do any of the surveyors say the Earth is flat? No, they don't. No, they don't. Laura de Luminous Pooh says, Simon, if Oakley isn't afraid, what about modern day debates? The Drunk Debunk Show matters now. On all of these opportunities to show tune up, bring it. And that's what's really telling. The telling thing is the only place that he will do it is on his show. Why? One reason. Mute button. Right? And Simon gave it away. Well, they're going into other stuff. They're just talking crap. That doesn't mean you automatically mute them. But he's like giving Nathan a thumbs up to mute people like that. So not how you do a debate, right? A debate has to really do a debate, which of course no flat earther's ever done, is to actually have some structure to it. You start by both making a positive claim. You back up your claim with evidence. Things that flatties never do. If they want to say that measurements match flat Earth, well then you would need to show those measurements and show how the measurements match flat Earth. They can't, so they won't do it. They never go through that process of it. They just say it. And Oakley knows that his audience members are too dumb to question him, right? As we just saw, Simon just repeats what Nathan said and doesn't actually expect Nathan to show the measurements. Here, Donkey. All right, I got Donkey.
I'm trying to give him a treat.
Oh, okay.
Like, go up.
All right, give him the treat. Donkey's so excited. He's just a puppy, so he can't control himself very well.
Sit.
When they go outside, we give them a little treat when they're done.
No.
Donkey, come here. Come here, pup. Oh my gosh. You can only get one in at a time. All right. So Emerson Biggins says, or no. Oh no, it's Andy says, I saw in a comment on another channel saying you was a young Earth creationist. So sad, so Flerfs. I'm not. But I suppose flatties don't do research, right? They're like, do your own research. They never do it. So it's not a surprise that they would get that wrong. They get a lot of things wrong about me, right? They don't watch. So, Esteban Ilabaca says, a simple question for those who believe the flat baseline nonsense. If Earth was a ball, what reference would you use to measure an elevation angle? A great question. Could you not measure an angle? Does that mean that it's geometrically impossible to measure an angle on the surface of a sphere? Of course it's not. There's a way to do it. How would you do it? Well, the same way we do. You would, in fact, this is the important thing that they always miss. Better than using a sextant, using a theodolite. Theodolites were what predated sextants to doing celestial navigation. Right? They didn't really call it celestial navigation, but the techniques that they used with theodolites, they wanted to be able to use at sea, but you can't, because a theodolite needs it to stay stationary on the surface of the Earth, the rotating Earth, right? Relative motion. Anyway, to sit stationary on there and have to not shift around. Well, on a boat, you're moving and shifting. So that right there is a problem. But then you set up the theodolite, and then you level it so that using gravity, so that you know where the vertical and horizontal is, right? But it's all based on the vertical, because that's the one thing you actually have wherever you are on the surface of the Earth. The vertical vector due to gravity. So you bring your theodolite somewhere, you set it up, you level it using gravity, using the vertical. And then everything is measured from that. Now you couldn't say, typically surveyors have straight up be 0 degrees, but you can say, let's just use 0 degrees to be horizontal and then measure increasing angles as you go up. You can do that, but it doesn't change the fact that everything was started with the vertical vector due to gravity. So you've got this vertical, and then surveyors will then measure the angle down to it. And that angle down is the number that you actually want when you do celestial navigation. That's the number you need. But when they were developing techniques for using on ships, they're like, well, we don't have a theodolite. The one thing they do have on a ship everywhere they go is the horizon, which you don't have when you're on ground, because you might have mountains one direction or buildings and trees in another direction, right? You don't have a horizon when you're on the ground, but you do have a horizon when you're at sea, unless you're really close to land. So you can use that, and then you can measure up to the star, and you can improve on the quality here, but this is like your first level way to do it. You measure up from that, and then you subtract from 90 to get the actual number that you want. You only want the departure from straight up. That's what you're looking for when you get your position using these techniques. right? So you measure up, you subtract from 90 to get your measure down. Then, to improve the measurement, you include the observer height because there is a dip of the horizon, and you include the effects of refraction. So if you are on a boat and you're only 10 feet up, 20 feet up, that difference there, that elevation is very slight. And if your measurement using the sextant isn't very good, then that might not be enough to make a difference. So you might not include that, but if you want to be more precise, you would. So anyway, so you measure that angle there, and given that angle, because the Earth is a sphere, this is very important. Because the Earth is a sphere, that angle and 69 miles per degree or 60 nautical miles per degree is important. This geometry only works on the surface of a sphere. If you were on a flat surface, you would use a completely different method to do that. But since we're not, we don't. And that's why it's impossible for flat earthers to do celestial navigation, because they would have to do the flat earth method. They would have to solve triangles. To solve a triangle, you would need, well, of course, the Earth would have to be flat, but you'd use the elevation of the star. You'd need to know the elevation of a star. You ask a flat earther, what's the elevation of a star? They don't know. They won't say. The reason why they won't say is because as soon as you test, they find out, oh, it doesn't work. What do you mean it doesn't work? It doesn't work because because at different locations, the elevation is different. So anyway, that's a bit lengthy of a answer there. So Icy Spin says, how can you have a vacuum without a container? Flatties. Debate. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got another flatty in here? Seriously, flatties. All right, let me look up. Hey, I made a couple songs. Let me know. We got School Drool is in the chat. Just sent me an email. Has a couple songs. I'll have to look at them later. So, yeah, come on, flatties. How come you won't come in? So I just went over how celestial navigation actually works. Right? How you actually do it in reality if you want to do it successfully. So for reference, I can do celestial navigation using the technique I just outlined. No flat earther can do celestial navigation using flat earth techniques. So when Simon claimed that $10,000, he thinks that the challenge I published that Simon clearly didn't read was to do celestial navigation using flat earth. Nathan never did it. So, of course, I don't owe him anything because he never did celestial navigation using flat earth. The Sun Express says 3 blue, 1 brown put up a really neat video for Pi Day. Fascinating how pi shows up while bumping 2 cubes. All tunigans should go watch it. I did see that video. It was really cool. Very cool. It was a really good one. Jack Better says, how do you measure longitude? Don't tell me. No, how? No, seriously, we don't know how to do it on our flat map. Help us, please, seriously. So, when he's like, how do you measure latitude? So, the way you can measure latitude with an error of about a half degree in the northern hemisphere only, where Simon does not live, is by measuring the angle to Polaris, and then assuming that the Earth is a sphere. You must assume that the Earth is a sphere in order to get your latitude measuring the angle to Polaris. Because if you assume it's flat, then you need to solve a triangle. If you assume it's a sphere, then you just apply 60 nautical miles per degree. A difference in geometry there. Which one works? If you're like, all flat Earth measurements, then let's do all of the math using flat Earth. You can't. And then longitude, no, they can't do longitude at all. The flat earthers, there's a group of flat earthers that today are saying you can't measure the shape of the Earth by looking at things in the sky, and yet there's still another group of flat earthers, and some of them are the same group, saying, hey, let's look at the sky. They can't make up their minds. BM Furball Says King Crew and Gary IW, it's awesome to see you. It's been too long, brothers. Toon, thank you for being a glue in this community. Well, thank you, BM Furball, for measuring gravity. Baux says it seems the angry Religiflerf experiences the 5 stages of grief in reverse, starting with acceptance and ending in anger and denial. I would not call Simon a Religiflerf. He is just a vile, evil piece of garbage. He is cow manure in a leather bag that's roughly shaped like a human. Gilgamesh for $10 says you could always play us a hoedown while you review that Mrs. Witsit video. In fact, that's what I plan to do. Killicut says, I'm a Sky TV engineer. We position 10 dishes a day to the satellite Astra 2E, 2F, and 2G. We point our dishes at these every day so Flerfs can watch MC Toon. Yeah, they don't get it. That there are more and more Flerfs that are talking about satellites as if they exist, right? Which the standard position of flat earthers has been rejecting the existence of satellites at all for the longest time. Now they're like, oh, it exists. So, that they exist, but how do they work? Okay, tell you what, I am going to do that. I want to look at that video. But if it was posted on there, then like it's free to go. So all right, down. That might not be long enough. Let me look at the video there. I gotta. It's not a very big video, so or not a very big file. Oh, the Drunk Debunk Show raid alert. Awesome. All right. That's not too long. But I have to use a different song. So, oh, there it is. This is the song. I'm going to cue I'll start this song. I'm going to come right back in a second. So hold on.
Duffy's going to do a stream at 12. He's going to do a stream at 2 a.m. And it's like,
I'm not done yet.
Things over there.
I'll be right back.
McKeegan
I have to edit something.
Everyone's got the Wi-Fi password, but they like refuse to give the flat earthers the Wi-Fi password.
All right.
That was the case for like.
Okay. I'm going to restart it. So here we go.
Duffy's going to do a stream at 12. He's going to do a stream at 2 a.m. And it's like Critical Thinks over there on his computer. McKeegan's on his computer. Everyone's got the Wi-Fi password, but they like refuse to give the flat earthers the Wi-Fi password. And that was the case for like 18 hours. Like
they set up that Starlink. The Globers had a plan, whispering secrets about Wi-Fi all across the land. Mark had the password, Duffy had it too. They told me wait a while, but man, that ain't true. Oh, I cried 18 hours, left me out in the cold. But I had that Wi-Fi quicker than I told. Trying to get your pity, spinning tails in my blues. But deep down you all know I'm stretching the truth. M-Tune streamed at 2. Critical Think on his screen. McKeegan's on the Wi-Fi, living the bandwidth dream. They said they'd limit it to keep their streams alive. But 1.5 hours in, I was online and thriving. Oh, I cried 18 hours, left me out in the cold. But I had that Wi-Fi quicker than I told. Trying to get your pity, spinning tails But deep down, you all know I'm stretching the truth. They set me up in another camp. I tried to sell my plight. 7, maybe 8 hours, yeah, I twisted it all right. But Mark was cool, he slipped me the code so fast. Now I'm here singing lies, hoping your pity will last. Oh, I cried 18 hours, left me out in the cold. But I had that Wi-Fi quicker than I told. Trying to get your pity, spinning tails in my blues. But deep down, you all know I'm stretching the truth. So if you hear my story, take it with a grain of salt. I wasn't left out in the cold. It's all my own fault. The blues ain't always honest, but man, they sure sound fine. Even if my Wi-Fi blues are just a pack of lies.
That was the case for like 18 hours. Like
So, wow. That video I reviewed. Wow. 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 That's a tough call. The audio is not very good. So I sent it to Icy Spin to see if it can be fixed. But the problem is, it is very significant. I don't know. Holy crap. Yeah, it was posted on Earth Awakening server. So, I mean, it's and somebody grabbed it. It's going to be out there. So, all right. So the audio is too bad. So the audio needs to be fixed. It's really difficult. So we'll see if Icy Spin, take your time to listen to it again. Icy Spin, make sure you get it working. So I don't know. I don't know. All right. Earth is not a planet. Says, what use is the engineering instrument auto level? So I'll tell you. An auto level. So the thing that flatties don't understand, it seems, ever, they never understand, is that horizontal is there's no way to determine horizontal without some other reference. You can get vertical by using gravity. Okay. You cannot get horizontal without, well, I mean, you can also with using gravity, but that's the vertical. Gravity gives you the vertical vector. It pulls straight down toward the center of the globe. Yeah, I remember. I think we've seen this troll before. Not Emerson Pickens. I don't want that. I want yeah. Stop. Yeah, so L-Kissium has, yeah. So L-Kissium, whatever. If you get, yeah. Trolling, I mean, it's kind of funny, I guess, but if you're just gonna come in here and talk like that, then nah. So I haven't gotten through all the super chats. I'm just a little behind. I wanted to I wanted to I wanted to watch that video that was sent to me. I don't know. Yes, the Peterson book right up here it came today. So yeah, right up there. Facts that aren't true. I haven't looked at it yet, but I ordered it during one of his live streams last week. So BM Furball says, tell your wife we appreciate her. I will. Thank you. Darkstar 4400 says, Daffy Duck, the god of frustration. So yeah, Daffy Duck, also known as Nathan Thompson. Evil Ducks says, maps are flat, therefore mountains don't exist. That's exactly as smart as somebody who says maps flat, therefore earth flat. Seriously. And he's like, do you measure them linearly? No. The scale on a map is not linear. It distorts. And it distorts within a margin of error. Well, Roger Kelly had an emergency come up. And I don't know, we'll see. Roger Kelly says he had an emergency. I typically give him one grace. One what's it called in golf? I don't know. Mulligan. You get one mulligan. I don't golf. I play disc golf. So Francis says the book with tattoos is Snow Crash, same author. Oh yes. Hold on, I got it. I got it right here. I was looking today. I don't have Cryptonomicon. I borrowed it from somebody at work. I do have the Diamond Age, and here's Snow Crash. So that's the one where the criminals have their crime tattooed on their forehead. So Peter Markley says, how many volumes is your set of Euclid? Now, It's a Rubik's gave me this when I visited in Cleveland, and I haven't looked through it yet. But let me look here. The first 6 books of the Elements of Euclid. So there's it doesn't have all of them. So yeah, it's pretty cool. It's a. If you look online, there's a school, a university that I forgot, but if you Google, you can find them all online. But it's the diagrams aren't quite as nice as this. They're okay, but they're low res and a little chunky. So anyway, and so I got a bunch of bookmarks also from Rubik's. They're all the same here. So book 3, Proposition 18, I have bookmarked in here because laddies need to be reminded of it every once in a while. But so thank you for that, Francis. Bruce Arond says, blocked on Flat Earth 2017 for beating them on truth. They don't, they have to keep their echo chambers. They can't let you talk once you're destroying Flat Earth. They'll jump all over you. And that's their tactic on the Flat Earth 24/7 Discord server. It's called dogpile. They'll dogpile you. And they, like Simon, they won't let you answer a question. They'll demand that you answer a question and then go on to something else and overtalk you while trying to belittle you for not answering a question. So you can't answer a question if they don't stop talking, right? And it's on them. So Dan DC says, reading Battle of the Beams, not yet. But I do have, let me see, I gotta get it here. I do have right here my books. Right over here. So Battle of the Beams, right here. Right there. So come on. Sometimes it takes 2 hands to put them back. I got it with just one. David says disc golf is impossible on Ball Earth. Why? I don't know, but the claim supports my position, so you'll never change my mind. Actually, there's a flatty called That Guy who thought that throwing a frisbee or a baseball, I don't know, throwing something disproved the rotation of the earth. They're so dumb that they can't even, do what's necessary to actually predict something, right? What is the actual globe claim for how much Coriolis should happen? They don't know. They're like, but it should be a lot. Why should it be a lot? Because if you're moving 1,000 miles an hour, then it should be a lot. That's not why. Coriolis is because at one location versus another location, the Earth is rotating a different amount, and you've moved that amount, that difference there, right? And so it's about multiple things: the velocity that the object is moving, the angular velocity of the Earth, the radius of the Earth. These all affect it. So a very large radius of the Earth means that you're not going to get a whole lot of deflection. And if something's moving slowly, like a disc golf disc, it's not going to have a long time. It's not going to matter much, because when you go from one spot to the other, it takes a long time to get there. When a bullet goes, it's in flight, or it goes over. So it's about distance more than time, right? When you move that long distance, then that changes the relative velocity of that position. So Slithery, I get to call it a frisbee now. Do you know why? Okay, little inside baseball or inside ultimate for you. Whammo owns the trademark frisbee, and so the game Ultimate Frisbee is actually just Ultimate. That's the name, Ultimate. Not a great name, because it's a little bit of a, it's not like football, right? Or baseball. You don't wonder what that is. We don't use that in other places, right? Ultimate is used elsewhere, lots of places, and not primarily as the name of a game. Baseball is used primarily as a game. So Ultimate Frisbee, well, then people understand it, but Frisbee is trademarked by Whammo. So until about a year ago, that was an issue. But the professional organization that has the professional ultimate games, ultimate teams, Minnesota Windchill being one of them, the reigning champions, by the way, penned a deal with Whammo, so the owner of the entire professional ultimate sports game, sports teams, whatever, conference, whatever, penned a deal with them to be able to use the word frisbee for an undisclosed sum of money. Also, Whammo produced a custom disc. That's what it's called, a disc. Produced a custom disc to their specifications to use in all of their professional games, which is very much like the only good disc, the Ultrastar from Discraft. So that's why I get to call it frisbee now, because there's a licensing deal. So there you go. Slithery says, I used to play in my university team. That was 20 years ago, though. There you go. So yeah, I'm coaching. Right now is the high school spring season starting up. First game's coming up. And so I'm coaching. And so we're have practices going on right now. So, all right. Anyway, so yeah, I do need to read Battle of the Beams, but I got a lot going on. The Sun Expresses don't have an extensive collection of colognes. That's like congratulating a person for not having the hobby of collecting stamps. Elite Cricket Coaching says, I can imagine Mikey looking through the wrong end of a telescope and thinking, this isn't as good as my binoculars. Yep. All right. We need to make a phone call. We need to make another phone call. Will this person answer? All right. I hope you're ready. Oh, and yeah, and somebody's app leaked this person's home. Bad news. Probably not. Okay, where did it go? Oh, I took it out. Why did I take it out? Why did I must have accidentally deleted it. That's okay. It's in Evernote, so I don't do this too often. I can look at history. Aww. I missed the fastback frizz, but that was 50 years ago. Is that a disc? Event, task. Well, I don't know how to do that. I've like never done this. Okay, well, I won't be able to do that one. Unless, oh no, I may have it. I may have it in Skype. Let me see if I have it in Skype. Is that? No, that's not. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. There it is. I just need the. All right. Let's see. Here we go. I haven't, like, I'll switch to a ring. Well, no good there. Yeah, let's see. Alkisium says, is confused about forces, it seems. So you twist words, we can't go. I didn't say they don't exist. I said they're not real forces. So yeah, so things like Coriolis or centrifugal force aren't real forces in the sense they're emergent forces. So centrifugal force, for example, is a result of the first law of motion. Something in motion tends to stay in motion, and at rest tends to stay at rest. So an object moving this direction is at rest in relation to this direction. Okay, so it's moving, but in this direction it's not, right? And then if you're going to curve it, you're going to turn a corner, right? Now you are changing its direction this way. So you are causing it to accelerate that way. And since you're causing it to accelerate that way, you then, a force emerges on it as a result of the conservation of momentum, first law of motion. And it emerges as a force away from the center of that arc, right? That arc has a radius, that has a center point. That's the direction that the emergent force emerges toward. So it exists in reality, but when we talk about forces being real or emergent, then, or inertial, things like that, then that's what we're talking about. But it really happens, and so you can do work with it within your reference frame. So therefore, it's you can do it. Yeah. Oh, reference frame don't mean crap because we only ever see point of view. No, we don't. Two different people see two different reference frames. So playing word games doesn't fix things. Playing word games is just a way to lose, right? You just lose when you play word games, right? It's a way to admit that you can't actually do things. You can't actually support your claim. You got to play word games. Like, oh well, let's just can throw away reference frames in order to cope with your inability to deal with the actual evidence, you know. So, somebody whose name I can't pronounce here says, "Don't speak on magnetism. Got 1,000 on Ken Wheeler." What? Why? Ken Wheeler just makes up crap on magnetism, right? So, just making up crap isn't a thing, isn't, you know? It just, and he does a good job fooling his audience and whoever this guy here, whatever this idiot's name is. So probably one of them, one of the gullible followers. Yeah, it's sad watching Ken Wheeler, like the people just gobble up his crap, like he's just spewing, you know, diarrhea all over the place, and his followers are just like, oh, just eating it up, like they can't get enough of it. So, nope. All right. Imagine your river being a forest. Coriolis is the force that works against it going straight. Yeah. All right. So let me see. Icy Spin, didn't get anything back there yet. I sent it. How's it going, Icy Spin? Any progress? So look, I don't know what your name is. Let's just call you David. David, you're going to need to, if you're going to want to interact, I'm going to ask you to get a new keyboard. If you can't afford a keyboard that works, email me in all caps, fine, your a home address, and I will pop onto Amazon and send you a keyboard that works. But here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask the mods to to just delete messages that are all caps. Okay. This is a we're just going to have a calm conversation here. So if you want to interact with us, just turn off the caps lock, right? And talk like normal people. Now, I'll show you right here. Do you see this? This is my keyboard. And, maybe you want to do this. It's hard to see. There it is. This is where the caps lock key would go. I do this to all my keyboards. I remove the caps lock key. I don't like it. I don't use it. And when I'm typing, sometimes I'll, when I hit space, the shift key, I'll accidentally hit the caps lock key, and then I'll start typing in caps. I'm like, oh crap. So I take it out so that doesn't happen. It's so rare that I actually want to type something in all caps that I don't do it. The only time I ever want to type something in all caps is when I want to type random stuff on the number pad right here, right? And so I'll just hold down the shift key with my other finger. Like if you just want to do random symbols. So there you go. All right. Dude, you guys are playing with fire with all these all caps. Yeah, mods, get them. Get Eric Burns. There's only so many mods that can do it. Crew, are you here? King Crew? King Crew can do it. Jiffy Cones, you can't, but King Crew can get them easy. Oh my gosh. Gorham Amsterdam says I disable caps lock in software instead. I've done that too. But then I've had it where like it breaks. So anyway, I think it's in my drawer. Somewhere in my drawer I have the key. So, all right, is this? It's not. I want to show you. I put up today. There it is. I put up the maps there today. So the flat maps that when you tape them together form a sphere. They're overlapping. I have the other one in the closet over here, so I might just put all three of them on top of each other there. So, all right. There you go. Dave Halsales got... There it is, all caps. That's what you get. What did he... The all caps is so I see what I'm typing as I'm driving. Okay, tell you what. I am not interested in interacting with you via text while you are driving. How long until you get to where you're not driving anymore? Do that. I can't support texting while driving. So that's stupid. So dumb. So dumb. Don't. What's this one? Oh my gosh. It's so funny. You're like, I know what I'll do. I'll type in all caps so that I can get my get deleted. So I'll just say to the flatties that think Earth is measured flat, show the measurements. I will show you. Here's what I'll do. I'll show you how it doesn't work. Give me a second. So here's Earth. Now here's what we'll try to do. We will try to support the claim that Earth measures flat. Music says, I'm a CIA, Navy SEAL CIA agent. I've been to the ice wall. No, I like that. All right. Here we go. I've done it before. So, you got a little mohawk. It kind of is. So here we go. Here is what would have to happen if the Earth were measured flat. So when you say Earth is measured flat and you talk about elevation angles to Polaris, this is the geometry that would have to happen for flat Earth. All right. So here I am. I'm at 45 degrees north latitude in Minneapolis, and I measure plus or minus half a degree. So I won't stop. I won't keep saying plus or minus half a degree because Polaris is half a degree off the center of rotation. So we'll include plus or minus half a degree in our measurements here. So in Minneapolis, it's a 45 degree angle to Polaris. Okay. Now it's also 5,000 kilometers to Polaris, to the GP, to the North Pole. And that's the GP of Polaris. Right. So we've got this distance here. We've got 45 degree angle here. And this is 90 here, which means that this has to be 45 degrees because this is how you do a triangle, right? A planar triangle, 45, 45, 90. So that means that this distance here is the same as this distance here. It has to be. That's how you solve the triangle. So from Minneapolis, Polaris has to be 5,000 kilometers in elevation. Okay. So here is Nathan Oakley and all of his incredibly stupid, gullible idiots that say Earth is measured flat. This is the elevation angles that they're talking about. So now that requires that Polaris be 5,000 kilometers high. You don't get to choose that. This is a measurement. You're talking about measurements. This is how it works. Right? Now, here is the equator. Another 5,000 miles away from the North Pole. Right? So it's 10,000 kilometers from the North Pole to the equator. This is how the distance of the kilometer and meter was initially determined. They just said, okay, we're going to call that distance 10,000 kilometers. Then we'll go measure it and see what it actually turns out to be for a meter. Turns out to be a meter is a meter, right? However long it turned out to be was what it turned out to be. It was an arbitrary decision to say, let's have it be that much. But that's how we know it's 5,000 kilometers to 45 degrees north and 5,000 kilometers to the equator. Now, if Earth were measured flat and Polaris was this high, then what would the angle have to be? Because you have 10,000 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers, 90. Okay, we've got side, angle, side. We can solve that triangle. SAS. You have 3 of 6 facts for the triangle, so you can solve it. So when you solve it, you get the angle here of 26.6 degrees is the mandatory Earth measured flat elevation for Polaris at the equator. So when you say Earth is measured flat, flatties, when you say that, then you are requiring that the angle to Polaris at the equator is 26.6 degrees. So then you need to show the measurements that at the equator, Polaris is measured to be 26.6 degrees. If you don't do that, then Earth is not measured flat. Okay? So there's your Earth measured flat stuff. So there you go. So flatties, whoever that was, Earth not a planet. If you disagree with that, then you're going to need to show the correct geometry for it. Now, I know that you don't know this because you were only told what to think by your flat Earth Papa Flerf, right? Your Papa Flerf told you what to think, and then you thought what they told you to think, and then you told them. Then you've now not told them. You've now just repeated the things that they told you to say, because you're a parrot. You don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand the geometry. So okay. So now we're talking about we've got Elkisium is confused about something dealing with the rotation of the Earth now, right? Let's see. All circular motion must have acceleration because of the change in vectors. This is what you fools don't comprehend. It isn't even gravity that is being measured. It is the acceleration that is. Well, yes, we do measure the acceleration due to gravity. Right? So what, but on the Earth, we measure actually a composite of all of the forces acting on an object at the same time. And there are multiple forces acting on it at the same time. So one way to do that is to try to reduce these. So when they do super precise measurements of the downward acceleration, they do things like do it in an evacuated chamber to reduce wind, turbulence, wind resistance, buoyancy due to the air, right? So they evacuate the chamber to minimize all of those things. And when you do that, then you're left with just, you have less compounding variables. And so what you generally have left then is only acceleration due to gravity and acceleration due to centrifugal force. Okay, so now Elkisium. What is on the surface of a sphere with a radius of 6,371 kilometers? Okay, at the equator, rotating once a day. What is the upward acceleration due to that movement? Okay, do you know how you would compute that? Type in the chat here the formula that you would use to compute that. If you know it. If you don't, then maybe you're out of your league. So professional nobody says parrot sheep repeat what they're told and go wherever they're led. Every Flerf is a parrot sheep. Absolutely. Oh, there we go. We got David says, I worked in construction. Nothing is measured spherical. Nothing. MC Tune dumbed you down. Well, in construction, you wouldn't need to measure things spherical because you're working on such a small scale compared to the surface of the Earth, right? Think about this. Do I have it? Oh, no, here. I have right over here. Just a second. I've got it right here. Right. Here's a nice digital level. All right. I bought it for a couple reasons. I used it to install all the boards on the wall behind me. So this level right here, it's a digital level. It's pretty cool. It's accurate to, it reads to thousandths, but it's only actually precise to 5 1,000ths. So you'll never get a 0.13 or 0.97. You'll get 0.00, 0.05, 0.1, 0.15, right? That's all the precision that it gets. You see it as I'm moving it around. So let's just imagine for a second that this level was actually accurate to a hundredth of a degree. Okay. So now here's to the question to those in chat. How many feet of curvature equates to 1/100th of a degree? Okay. So now this is pretty accurate, right? Now I don't know if you had like an 8 foot long level that's just a bubble level. It's just got one of these, not a digital readout. It's just got one of these. What's the precision on that? This has 3 lines on either side of it, and I don't know offhand for this particular level what each of those lines means. Is each of those lines 1/10 of a degree? I don't know. 1/2 of a degree? A whole degree? I'm not sure. Let me see if I can. So this line here, again. So I think I'm kind of getting that these lines in here, when I get out to the second line, the middle of the 3, it's right where it's right about 1 degree on here, maybe. So Addicted to Gaming says, I'm Team Globe and I can't answer that question. Oh, who was I calling on Skype? It was Santos. So, okay, you can't answer. That's fine. Okay, here's how you know. 1 degree of curve is 60 nautical miles or 69 statute miles. So we can divide that by 10. Let's use 70, a little easier. So divide that by 10. 7 miles of distance from here to 7 miles from here. 1/10 of a degree. 1/10. Okay. To 100th would be 1/10 of that, right? What's that? That's less than a mile, but close to a mile, right? So nearly a mile. Let's 0.7 miles. Okay. From here to 0.7 miles away is 1/100th of a degree of curve on the globe. Okay. Now, this is only accurate, not even, to 1/10 of a degree. So if I were to take this level, and let's say it was actually that level, and let's say I could actually use this level for 0.7 miles that direction, and somehow keep it the same angle for that entire distance, it would only, and then like measure like the angle, like it would only be 1/10 of it, 1/100th of a degree angled, 0.7 miles away. Okay, so to answer the question, 0.7 to get it in feet, 0.7 times the number of feet in a mile, which is, everybody in the chat, you know it. Who knows it by heart? The answer is 3,696 feet. So it's 5,280 feet in a mile. I don't know why you got Ion. You seem to get the wrong answer. So here's the thing, construction workers. 1/10 of a degree. The Earth curves 1/10 of a degree in 3,696 feet. So if your work site is 3,696 feet long, then your your level, your bubble level, won't register a 100th of a degree curve until you're 3,696 feet away. Now, who is able to produce a building that is precise to that amount of precision? Certainly no construction worker that's just out there making buildings, doing industrial work, working on the biggest, newest, fanciest mall with the biggest budget out there. You're not being that precise in your measurements. So, anyway, Unit 888 Scotland says, ask any Flerf why in the UK with ham radios can I point my antenna over South America and talk to hams in Australia? Their silence is deafening. Oh, that's very true. Yeah, 5,280. People got it. It's a Rubik's. Jim Zhu and Barry F. all got 5,280. You get it from memory? I hope you did. So, all right, let's see. Ion, IC Spin, any feedback on that video? Okay, so there is, Earth is not a planet says, I have done measuring for 28 miles and it's flat. Well, I would love to see those measurements. I would love to see it. Here's the thing that I get from flatties. No measurements. Let me tell you, Earth not a planet, right? Measurements have definitely required to have two things in a measurement. You can tell it's not a measurement if it doesn't have at least these two things: a number and units. Okay. You haven't measured anything if you don't have numbers and units. Okay. And if you have a good measurement, you'll have a margin of error of some sort. You'll do analysis for the margin of error, right? To know about the precision. So, Earth, not a planet. Send me, just email me, just shoot it to me. You don't need to come on right now. I'll just bring up your measurement, your 28-mile measurement. It will have numbers and units, right? Right? Won't it? Max. So I was hinting at this. What type of project would actually need precision of that amount where you can actually get that? Well, LIGO would. So, and Max posted right here. I'll pin his comment here. Actually, I'll do this too. I have on my website. So when flatties are like, they like to claim that people never use the globe in projects. And of course, like I said, if your project is all of 3,696 feet long, which is a rather large project. If your project is that big, then you only need to worry about 1/100th of a degree of curve in it. So your trusty bubble level won't be having enough precision to identify that. But there are projects that do use the globe. And large-scale projects that incorporate the shape of the Earth. I'll give you this one here. The Bethesda Naval tow tank needed that precision for tow rails. It certainly did. So there is a link. Oh, no. I thought I had... Hold on. That's only one. Oh, there it is. Okay. I have 2 pages doing the same thing. But this one, the second one I gave you, has more. So LIGO, I gave a bunch of the LIGO papers there. Got the Daytona Speedway, the London Train Tunnel, the Boulderwood towing tank, and the David W. Taylor model Basin, another tow tank. So there you go. Does geocentrism prove flat or ball Earth? Well, geocentrism doesn't prove anything. But I'll reinterpret your statement there to not be so silly. If the Earth were shown to be stationary, it would not establish anything about the shape of the Earth. So shape and motion are independent of each other. But the rotation of the Earth uses they are linked in good luck finding a dirt pizza that's rotating. It doesn't make sense, does it? Good luck showing the dirt pizza orbiting the sun. That doesn't make sense. Right? Now, flat earthers typically do say flat and stationary, but there are some that say flat and upward accelerating. And they're real flat earthers. They're not just controlled opposition to make you look silly. You look silly all by yourself. So Marcus Leach says our radio telescope is level to a tiny fraction of a degree. Yes. So those are the types of things you need to have precision for. But certainly the Earth is a sphere, and geostationary doesn't help. It doesn't get you very far, and I'll tell you why. This is simple. Back to centrifugal force, centrifugal acceleration. The geostationary people say that the Earth is a sphere, and it's the radius that we say it is, and that the sun is a sphere, and that it's very far away, 150 million kilometers away. They say that, but they say that the Earth is stationary. Now, for the globe, for the geocentric, for the heliocentric, right, the normal model of the Earth rotates once a day, and it orbits the sun once a year. But if you fix the Earth and it doesn't move, if you imagine that for a second, then how do you get day and night? Well, now the sun, 150 million kilometers away, has to orbit the Earth once every day. And you can compute the centrifugal acceleration that would experience. And in order for the sun to continue to orbit the Earth, you'd have to have a centripetal acceleration that's equal to the centrifugal acceleration. Well, gravity does not handle that because the Earth and sun don't have enough mass, right? We know the mass of the Earth. We know the mass of the sun. Well, we know the size of the sun. So let me tell you this. We know what the sun's composition is, and we know the size of it. And that gives a kind of boundaries on the mass of the sun. But we do know, in part, we know the mass of the sun for the normal model in the orbital period of the Earth around the sun, and the centripetal force necessary for that. So anyway, go ahead and show that, geocentric globers. What is the centripetal acceleration? Where's that coming from so that the sun can orbit the Earth once a day? You need to provide that, because if you don't have that, then you don't get past step one. Darkstar 4400 says Golden Gate Bridge towers are not parallel due to Earth's curvature. So now the link that I gave a little bit ago has actual links to the engineering documents. And I think that's really important to provide. It's one thing to say that this bridge, the towers are deflected due to the curvature of the Earth. It's another thing to show the actual engineering documents for it, right? If it's like a fluff piece, they're like, hey, yeah, the engineers had to do this. Okay, I want to see the engineering documents. And a lot of these bridges, they're public works, they're government things. So typically, those things are obtainable. So I'd like to see them. That's why the link there all has actual citations as much as I can to the source documents. So, Goofball says magnetism. Okay, well, you're going to have to provide a little more than just a word. Okay. So we know the composition of the sun is primarily hydrogen right? It's plasma hydrogen, but both the protons and electrons are there. So as a whole, it's generally not as a whole ferromagnetic. But what you're saying, if it's magnetism holding it in, number one, the sun would have to be respondent to magnetism. Okay? Its composition doesn't lend itself well to that. Number two, the Earth would need to produce that magnetism in a sufficient quantity to pull the sun like this. So here's what you're going to need to do, Mr. Ken Wheeler goofball. You go ahead, sharpen your pencil. Okay. This is what they look like right here. There's a pencil. Okay. Get one of these. Put a little pointy part at the end. And then get yourself some paper. Right? You could do it in some other way, but I'll just do it this way for you, right? Get yourself some paper. Write on the paper, get the equation for centripetal acceleration and the equation for centrifugal acceleration. Won't be hard once you get one to get the other. They're the same. Okay, so now you've got that. Now, you take the distance between the Earth and the sun and the orbital period for the sun around the Earth, which is what? Once a day. And then you're going to be able to get the centripetal acceleration, the centrifugal acceleration for the sun. Now, I might actually, for the geocentric sun, I might have this. I've already done this computation. Do I have it here? Linear speed, Earth at equator, sun. Oh, we do. I did. Look at that. Oh, how thoughtful of me. I did it for you. I sharpened your pencil for you. Let me grab it here. There's that. Let me make sure it doesn't have any bugs in it. Okay. So Viper, I have watched Cool Hand Logic's videos on flat Earth and geocentrism. They are fantastic. So here we go. Let's get this up here just for you. All right, we're back here for a minute. Oh, look at it. 1,120 days that Nathan Oakley's been scared to debate me on a neutral platform. So here is my loading it up, get the CSS in there. There it is. Okay. So here I compute the centrifugal acceleration of several different things. I didn't want an advertisement in here. Get out of here. Okay. And calculate the linear speed, calculate the centrifugal acceleration. A acceleration equals v squared over r. So v being the linear speed, and v is c over t, right? Circumference over the period in seconds. So anyway, I'll run this and show you what we get here. And I down at the bottom here, I plug in a bunch of different examples here, right? So Earth at perihelion, Earth at aphelion, Earth at the equator, right? So here we have 0.033 meters per second squared. So when flatties are like, everything would fly off of the Earth because it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour. Well, yeah, okay. 0.03 meters per second squared. The downward acceleration is 9.6, 9.8, 9.6. And so the Earth in perihelion and aphelion, so this is the Earth around its elliptical orbit around the sun, 0.0060, 0.0058 meters per second squared. So it's a difference of 2/10,000ths of a meter per second squared. That's the change in acceleration of the Earth around the sun. And Flat Earth Dave, like, we're changing Earth, we're coming at the sharpest curve around the corner. No, it doesn't work that way. It's not even anything. Anyway, a satellite in low Earth orbit. 8.2. I don't remember what I used for the elevation. Yeah, here. I use that. 4 million meters. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Because the sun around the geocentric Earth. So here we go. I did it for you. The centrifugal acceleration of the sun around the geocentric Earth is 793 meters per second squared. Now, the Earth around the sun in the heliocentric is 0.006. The sun around the Earth in geocentric is 793 meters per second squared. So you need to show now 793 meters per second squared force at 150 million kilometers due to magnetism on hydrogen, primarily hydrogen, something that's not ferromagnetic. How are you going to do that? Good luck. Good luck. Anyway, then I did, just for fun, Mars at opposition for geocentric Earth, 288, and Mars at conjunction for geocentric Earth. I'm not, maybe I got this wrong. If somebody wants to review that, let me know. 288 meters per second squared to 2,000 meters per second squared. Somehow there is a dramatically varying, if I'm right on this, dramatically varying centrifugal acceleration on Mars for geocentric Earth. How does that work? How does that work? If you can't explain it, then geocentrism is done. You don't have anything. And we know you won't. But I gave it to you. Go ahead. For free. For you. For free. I did that work. You can go take that. You can fork that Python. It's just a simple Python program. Or you can just get out your pencil and your piece of paper, sharpen it up. True Earth knowledge calls it pseudoscience. Precious. I think true Earth knowledge must be a Poe. You have to be a Poe. So, all right. Icy spin, what is, what's anything on that? Max is, oh, all right. So here for Icy Spin and Max, here's the question to you. This is a conundrum. Is this, can I play it? Should I play it? I have it now. I see it. It is, it's bad news. And when you look at the date on there, it is super, super telling. The thing is, of course, it was posted on Discord today. So what do you think? I Spin and Max, weigh in on whether or not I should play that. Of course, Earth is a planet. The ISS is real. I have video of it. I have video of it transiting the moon and the sun both. So, Icy Spin says Max helped. So but Icy Spin and Max, my question to you is, should I play that? This is it's a tough one. It is. I know you all. I know I'm not intentionally trying to tease you. Like, because it's a view into something that Icy Spin says, I think so. Apparently Sav is reviewing it. Okay. Well, if Sav is, somebody else is. Here's the thing. That it's obviously going to be published. Right? It's going to be out there. So, all right, well. All right, Emerson Biggins, Earth Not a Planet claims to measure the Earth flat in this video. Okay, I will, of course it's a video and I never can. A 42-minute video. a 42-minute video. Well, Earth Not a Planet, I'm not watching a 42-minute video live here. Oh my gosh. So, all right, here it is. If Sav is doing it, I mean, I'm trusting that Sav is doing it. All right. Yeah, I'm not. All right. So the date on it, you'll see the date in a second here. So, all right. 2 minutes and 27 seconds.
Because you have to try to come along and really try to make it where the one thing because you have to try to come along, right? I know there's the hardest piece of shit bitch right now. The one thing that made it through all this dude, look at you, dude, you think it's the one thing that made it through all this dude, bro. And like the difference is you're smart. The one thing that made it through all this dude, and like I wanna cry. And you like it, bro. And you don't understand that and like I wanna cry. And you have to do it from all angles. I think I can get Josh and like I wanna cry. And no matter what you say, you have a little me and say, "My nation, shut up for it. I hate you, dude. I hate you, dude." No matter what you say, you have a little me and say, "My nation." I was just like, bro, I just want to go home tonight. No matter what you say, you have a little me and say, "My nation, my family." The only thing that helps me make it through will never. You, dude. What is wrong with you? Why? No, you're such an evil. Dude, why do you do this?
Now you're somehow different.
I've been begging you this whole time to beg you. I said, we should stop. And then I went down there, I ran all these stories. You made me go in there, wake her back up, get her all worked up. I went down there, I ran all these stories. You made me go in there, wake her back. I watched.
So there's no more audio on the rest of this. So this is the he hit the table. He hit the table. I don't know if he hurt his hand or what, but yeah. So this was posted on the claim is it was posted on Earth Awakening Discord server by his wife today. So yeah, the audio was repeated a whole bunch. So anyway, yeah, hit the table, not the wife. So very sad. But it was posted on Discord. So it's been said. I mean, so it was sent to me. I won't even comment. I think that's it. Yeah. That will probably be making some rounds in the flatty circles pretty aggressively now. So yeah, who done it? The position of that does tell that exact thing. So LARPing for Cash says, I farted and trapped my wife under the blanket last night. I bet it's on TikTok. So, I don't. Big Fish V32 says, you got to ask why his wife posted it. I suspect it's a cry for help. Yeah, It's very uncomfortable to watch. Wow. I don't know. Yeah, that. Well, M Stone says, pretty sure that's not real. The audio, I mean, the only thing you could say is the audio may not be, but that video, I don't see how that video's not. So, oh, Max is at 122, 121. Oh, he does? He's looking directly at it out of the, he's like this. Right, you can see like one eye looking at it. I mean, it's probably a phone. It's probably propped up. So, don't know. It seems like it's hidden. I don't know if he, like, there's a bottle in the way. I'm not going to play it again. Gonna be out there, but I mean, how would it be like fake? What would be fake about it? This doesn't look good for either. So, yeah, it's the table. Be very clear. It's the table. It's Weiss, W-Y-Z-E. It's a security camera. And that may explain why the audio's a little rough. Yeah. Wow. I'm watching it again, so I'm betting he broke his right hand. If he hit the table, he broke his hand. No, I won't be playing again. It will be out there. It looks like it's at the, I don't know. All right. It was done in the Amazon Volume Studio. All right. That was, man, that's bad news. I can't, that's a bad taste. Scotty Orange says, would Flatties be purchasers of Cybertrucks? That's a tough one. Like Flatties are torn. Right? A lot of Flatties just are politically idiots. But like, are they often are of a particular political persuasion, but they also are of, you think your vote actually counts? It's all faked, it's all rigged. Like, that's where they are. They're just so pessimistic about everything that they don't even think that politics are real. Like, certainly there's a whole lot of crap that goes on, no doubt about it. But I think that in general, well, the thing is, though, because Elon Musk is, of course, launching rockets into space, and so Flatties don't like that. They think that's all fake. So can they also, let's say prior to any political involvement, would they be in favor of a Cybertruck? I don't think they would. I think they would not, because it's still associated with a person who owns another company that sends rockets to space. So, Darkstar 4400 says, here's a bridge that has engineering documents. It says, oops. Can you email that to me or send it to me a different way, because that link didn't work. Okay, M Stone says 100% sarcasm. Okay. M Stone, dude, you've been in this community long enough. You know, you can't say something sarcastic that might possibly, maybe, sort of, kind of, a little bit be taken to be true. People will take it true. They will. You know that, M Stone. M Stone's been, how long have you been around? M Stone went to the 2019 Flat Earth Global Convention in Dallas. we were there at the same time. We did not know each other at the time. And so we didn't even meet there, but he had to my knowledge, I think he purchased a ticket. I did not. I was just in the hotel lobby for the most part, or like walking around. It was a nice weather, so just like walking around outside. So Tony says, Tony 747, I've seen a lot of flat earthers post anti-EV stuff. They think they can be controlled or whatnot. I suppose. But almost every car today is controlled the same way. It's electronic, right? I mean, there's still some that have linkages like for steering. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about automobiles, but how many cars are completely electronic? Like you press on the gas, you press on the brake, you turn the steering wheel. It's all just reading numbers and then sending it to a controller somewhere else. I don't know. I think I would say that like the electrical vehicles use the same steering mechanism. I just think it's still a physical linkage, but it's probably the same on electric vehicles as well. What about gas? I don't know. From the 2000s, just about 100% of cars. Says whodunit. There you go. Like the last car I worked on enough to know was the Jeep, whose differential I rebuilt. And that was very physical. It was a 99 Jeep Grand Cherokee, I think. So Darkstar 4400 talked about the Golden Gate Bridge. Alyssum says, just got here. Did I miss the Flerfs? Love from Oz. I called a couple, talked to a couple. Simon Mav, what a piece of trash he is. Roundhound says, can anyone tell me who said there are two types of Flerfs? Those who sell t-shirts and those who buy them. That would be Bob the Science Guy who said that. I think there's three. I like the way he says that. And for reference, Bob the Science Guy is the one that coined the phrase. Anyway, I identified that Whitsitt was luggage on the trip to Antarctica. He's just luggage. So he said Flerfs are either t-shirt sellers or t-shirts buyers, but I think there's three. And I like the cynical way of saying it that way. Mine is a little less cynical, but harsh. I don't know, maybe. There are the grifters, right? The t-shirt sellers, the religious ones, and the idiots. Well, they're all idiots. And the leaders tend to be grifters. You can be a true believer in a grifter. And then you have the religious ones. I don't know. He also coined the phrase jerkle, which will make an appearance in the flat earth, the top left video for Catsoid. Astrocat Sathic says, wow, Whitsitt is a terrible person, is also terrible to his wife. He comes across as an abuser with his words and body language. Let me say this. A flat earther named Rusted Saul found the arrest photo for Whitsitt from 2013 when he spit in Kai's face. And I did a video about that, included Rusted Saul's video, but also mentioned that when they were just dating and he was in Texas doing his street evangelism, then and Kai was there being goofy, getting on camera while he was talking to some people, and he was getting irritated with her in a way that spoke to me about his personality and is what I thought was a sign. And I included in the top left video for 2 or 3 years ago, 1 or 2 frames of a girl with a black eye with the word future ? It was not Kai, it wasn't Photoshop, it was just a photograph of a girl with a black eye. Nobody noticed it or actually said anything about it to my knowledge. in that video. It maybe was too quick and nobody looked at it. Nobody went frame by frame. I don't know. But I knew I did it. And I mentioned that I did it in the video I did where I mirrored Rusted Saul's video. And some people gave me a little bit of a hard time. Thank you for that. When people give me crap, when people call me up on stuff, I appreciate it. I listen more closely to those people about that, and that it was maybe a little low. I'm like, well, it was just a question mark, and it turned out in the 2023 arrest thing to be maybe true. This video we just saw, more true. Right? No evidence of physical violence, but that was like physical violence against a person, right? But it was still very traumatic. I mean, that video will be findable, no doubt. People will find that video. So even more so, that little thing I found and questioned from the evangelism he did when they were just dating. Because what had happened, I guess I didn't say, she was getting in frame, and he was irritated that she was getting in frame. And she came from outside of frame with her hand over her mouth like this, and then went back out of frame, as if she was getting yanked out or not being allowed to speak. Like, she was just joking around there. But that spoke to me. Like, I'm like, wow, I see what's going on. So jeez. All right, M Stone. Man, this is it's been a while. Like the Chrome update's going to have to get done here. Icy Spin says, was this separate from the spit incident? Yeah, so the date on that was December of 2024. So this was just after the trip to Antarctica. So this was oh my gosh, this was December 24. We returned from Antarctica we flew out of Punta Arenas on the night of the 20th and arrived home on the 21st. So this was 2-3 days later. So, Ace Fox says someone should do a music video of Whitsitt whining about how he's always being insulted, attacked, and slandered. Put it to the music of the Linda Ronstadt song, Poor, Poor, Pitiful Me. Oh, what's... No, Scar. No. We got DC says, I have 2016 Jeep roll down windows and stick shift. There you go. Manual rolling windows and a stick shift. I drive a 2010 Nissan Sentra. It's a manual transmission. So, Kitsumi Cavalier says Whitsitt has two girls, not a son. So call some more flatties. Well, I have some phone numbers. Let me see here. Oh my gosh. Well, let me try this one. M Stone says, I was there for George getting kicked out after paying for a ticket and a room. I live 10 minutes from where the conference was held. Oh, okay. So, oh, wait. Our left lane. Real. Do. Alan. So the video from EA, apparently that's not it. On pins and needles. Okay. Yeah, Addicted to Gaming says Jaren's supposed to be debating Witsit, so there's a potential debate. I after that video gets out there, I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know. I guess Flatties have accepted worse people in their community. They let a convicted felon who was 35 years old and got busy with a 14-year-old girl. They allow him in their community. So, oh my goodness, is Scar got timed out again? Scar, no, that's not the case. I'm not going to read it, but no, they're not. I know they're not. They're from different states. Austin is from Tennessee, and I don't know where she's from not Tennessee. So no, they're not. They're not like that. So it would be hilarious considering that Witsit spent no shortage of time trying to say that Einstein was wrong because he married his cousin. Right? Einstein married his first cousin. It happens. It's legal in many states, including Tennessee, where Witsit's from. So, okay. Let me see if I can find. So, Discord is not a great place to call because they don't often get a notification. But I'm calling a Flatty on Discord. Oh, nothing there. Here we go. Let's do this. There we go. Calling Stephanie Thailand, who's supposed to be here, but chickened out. We'll see if that happens. Because I think Stephanie's a dude. Not going well. Nope. Timed out. Missed audio call. Oh no. Okay. But. All right. I got another. Here we go.
Telephone number 94942444437 can't take your call now. At the tone, please record your message.
Aw, I think he blocked me. So that's typical Flatty to be so bold, so confident in your position that you have to block. Right? Why that was but why would you need to do that, huh? Oh. All right. Here we go. Calling again from a different number.
Hello?
Hello, how you doing?
I'm great.
Awesome. What's new?
Who is this?
Who is this?
Wow. All right. Well, you have a good night, okay?
What? Hey, why are you hanging up? Don't hang up. Oh, Nathan hung up on me. Call him back. I think I accidentally hung up on me. All right.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have...
Aw, man. That had to have been a mistake. He wouldn't do that on purpose. For reference, he has posted that number for years. But it was also in the database. It was also in the database. But no, it wasn't. It wasn't leaked initially by the database. He has published it before. So I would really love to find Paul Wellington, but no, nothing there. Oh, question. If anybody has institutional access to the Gale digitized periodical library, specifically the Times of London periodical library. I posted it on my Discord server in the research channel, and nobody was able to get it. Nobody responded there. I take it that nobody has access to it. So I have tried to I want an article from the Times of London from 1862. And it seems that the only place that has these digitized is Gale. They have the whole library there. So I went to my local library and my library card was well expired. So I got a new library card and we have access to Gale, but not the Times of London digital archive. So I was unable to get access to it through my local library. So now I'm like searching around. Well, how can I'll pay for it, but you can't, like, they don't even like sell to individuals. That's a challenge. So like it's institutional access. So if anybody like works for a university or a library in the UK, that might be the somebody that has access to it. Because I've asked, I asked Dr. Rob Parks, Professor Rob Parks, if he has access. He's in the United States. He does not. So, debunk one of Earth is not a planet's videos while he's in the chat. Well, okay. Here's the problem. He has a 42-minute video. Oh my gosh. Accuracy testing of auto level with water level. Unboxing auto level, tripod and staff. Initial results of measurement of elevation angles by sextant. 43 minutes. Come on. Working principle of sextant. 38 minutes. Unboxing my sextant. Okay, whatever. Why ships disappear bottom first. All flat earthers. 37 minutes. Come on, what are you gonna do? This stuff is too long and that's why it's like 36 views. It's a Rubik's. Have I tried asking Greg? Craig doesn't work for any institution that would have access to that digital library. So, I mean, he wouldn't have it. What am I looking for, Peachy Tony? I'm looking for the Times of London. 1863. Specifically, it's from the 1865. I'll get you the specific thing. The 1865 book by Samuel Rowbottom, who claimed, it's in my Discord server. I'll just jump over there and get all the details. He claimed that somebody saw both Polaris and the Southern Cross from 23 degrees south latitude, which is definitely not possible. But the 1870 response to Samuel Rowbottom apparently found the article and quoted it, but just in part. And I want an actual scan of the original if possible. So let me here is the full thing. That's what I want. So could I email Gail? And I've looked for contact information on them. I haven't found it. I've applied for access, and they're like, your sales rep will get back to you. That was yesterday. I did not get any response from that email yet. Let me double check. I just want to make sure I didn't miss. Yeah. No. So that's what I really would like to find. So wouldn't it be cool to find that actual original scan, or a scan of the original publication there? So if you reach out to Tom Whipple about the Battle of the Beams, he still works at the Times. He might be able to get it for you. Oh, that'd be really cool. So, yeah, Times of London, May 13, 1862 article, Naval and Military Intelligence. So, Randy Blanche says, this does not act as a justification for what I'm doing. What am I doing, Randy? Randy, if you have an issue, tag me. If you're right, I'm okay with the super spreader slowly edging toward full mohawk. Oh, there it is, Randy. If you're going to make a stink about leaking personal information and then use it to call people you don't like, that's just crazy. But Randy, the information, listen closely, Randy. I want you to really listen. Nathan Thompson published his phone number years ago, multiple times all over the place. Okay? So don't get confused about how the information was leaked. That's how it was leaked historically. It's funny. It's just funny that it was also leaked in Dirth's app. I had his phone number from before. And when I saw the data in the app, I'm like, oh, look at it. There's his phone number. Same phone number. Right? So, have I tried that? Gale is where I've tried. I've tried other places and not had any luck, like newspapers.com. They're all American newspapers. I tried a different archive. I forget the specific name of it. Did not find it. So, if you can find it, send it to me. This is not an article. It was a daily column. Says, you are Victoria. So, key to naval intelligence in the Times. Oh, interesting. Okay. So, the page gives reference numbers, page number 2, for the naval and military intelligence, sometimes naval or just column of the Times newspaper for the year 1863. So I'm looking for 1862. Oh, okay. So Randy, yeah. So the reason why, Randy, is because I did a video where I called Nathan last week and I published it, and I said in the video that the number was in Dirth's leaky database, and it was. And I was being smarmy. I was poking at Dave at the same time as I was poking at Nathan, because he's like, how'd you get my number? And I didn't tell him. I told him Google, which you can also get it on Google. So, all right, here is the 1862 May 13 right there. So there is the page. This page gives the references for the Naval and Military Intelligence column of the Times newspaper for the year 1862. These columns are an invaluable and sometimes quirky and not always totally reliable secondary source for Royal Navy matters. Empty cells are days without an entry. Okay. That's cool. Now what? How do I get them? How do I get the scan of that? Donzo says, excuse me, does anyone know a reliable site or something to learn what elevation angles are and how to calculate them? You want a site for that? Well, I can tell you how to calculate an elevation angle. So what you do is if you want to calculate that, you need to know some other information. So if you know your location and you know the location of the GP of the star, right? So you would know the location of the GP of the star if you had a nautical almanac, hopefully a nautical almanac for your year, and then you know what time it is. So that'll tell you the GP of the star. And then knowing those two specific spots on the surface of the Earth, you can use the Haversine formula to get the distance between yourself and the other point across the surface of the sphere. Once you have that, convert that to nautical miles. Okay. And there's 60 nautical miles per degree deviation from vertical. So if you want an elevation, you're going to have to take the complement of that. So you take that number. So if you're 120 nautical miles away, the answer is 2 degrees. So the star will be 2 degrees deflected from vertical, not much. Okay. And then you take the complement of that, right? That's going to be 90 minus 2. So 88 degrees is going to get the elevation angle. That's how to do it. It does require knowledge of the Earth being a globe. You need to know the radius of the globe to do that. So I said May 12, 1862. Hold on. I'll post it. Right there. That's what I want. So don't trust what I said here. Trust what I just typed in here. Okay, because I copy pasted that from what I needed, and that I copy pasted from Rowbottom's book. And so yes, I say Rowbottom. And Peter Markley says Rowbotham. And Peter and I have specifically agreed that we will both pronounce it differently on purpose so that we can each tweak the other portion of the audience who are like, that's not the way to pronounce it. I've been told from multiple people who are English speakers that you just pronounce it bottom. But I've also been told Botham. So Peter chose Botham, I chose bottom. We're going to do that. So, all right. So it's Rubik's, you found May 2 or May 12. Like you found the actual article. So I will just to absolutely double check. I will go to the book from Rowbottom. I will put it up on screen and we can all look at the actual citation together. Loading. Right there. Loading. There it is. It's on page 41. Here we go. Get rid of this here. Zoom in nice and big for everybody. So here's his claim. He says, many cases, however. This is standard flat earther today. This was written 160 years ago, and this piece of trash does the exact same thing as the lying scum flat earthers today do. Many cases, however, are on record of the North Polar Star being visible far beyond the equator. Many? Really? as far even as the Tropic of Capricorn. In the Times newspaper of May 13, 1862, under the heading of Naval and Military Intelligence, it is stated that Captain Wilkins distinctly saw the Southern Cross and the Pole Star at midnight in 23.53 degrees of latitude and longitude 35.46. Now, this doesn't say south, does it? It does not, in fact, say south. Now we go to J. Dyer, The Spherical Form of the Earth, a reply to Parallax. Parallax being the pen name of Rowbottom. J. Dyer. So it is on what page? Page 59. Let's jump right to 59. So here we have a lot of stuff on here. Oh, that's page 56. Hold on. 58, 59. Here we go. If Parallax had given the particulars, as they are stated in The Times, anyone might have said it was not at the Tropic of Capricorn that Captain Wilkins saw these heavenly bodies. The following is the statement as taken from the paper. Named, the hired troopship arrived at Spithead yesterday, May 13, 1862, from the Cape of Good Hope, on the 19th of April in latitude 2353. What did Rowbottom say? He said 2353. Yep, got that part right. Longitude 3546. That'd be longitude. Latitude 23. Longitude 53. 35. Oh my gosh. Read the text. Don't listen to my words. Oh, it's UK. Can you send it to me? Captain Wilkins reports that the Southern Cross and the Polar Star were both distinctly visible at midnight. Here you will observe that only latitude and longitude are given. It does not say whether the former was north or south, or the latter east or west. Therefore, was no occasion for it. The longitude must have been west, and the latitude was doubtless north, near the Tropic of Cancer. For if it had been south, the ship would have been near the coast of South America, not far from Rio Janeiro. Apparently there's no D in there at the time. And therefore 36 degrees of longitude out of the usual track of ships from the Cape to England, that being about 1 degree east longitude when crossing the Tropic of Capricorn. Man, Rubik's found it? Oh my goodness. Hero. Wow. All right, it is tiny text. How did, my goodness, I tried and you got it. I love this. What a great bunch of people here. Let me see. I'll finish reading this. The Southern Cross and North Polar Star can both be seen at midnight from the Tropic of Cancer, and it must have been from the position that Captain Wilkins saw them. From this latitude, the former would appear about 24 degrees above the horizon in the north, and the latter about 9 degrees above the horizon in the south. So Polaris would be 24 degrees in the north, and 9 degrees for the Southern Cross. There you go. So Rowbottom, like modern day Flerfs, are sloppy as hell. All right, so here is the Times. Man, latest intelligence. Naval and military intelligence. Man, this is tiny stuff. The hired troopship Sir George Grey, Captain Wilkins, arrived at Spithead yesterday from Cape of Good Hope. She sailed thence. All right, let's jump down here. The Lizard was sighted here. Latitude 20. On the 19th of April, in latitude 2353, longitude 3546, Captain Wilkins reported that the Southern Cross and Pole Star were both distinctly visible at midnight. The ship received her orders, then sailed for the Thames with the troops on board last evening. So, there you go. It does not say south. Now, this is the important thing. Rowbottom, we're back to Rowbottoms here. This is Samuel Rowbottom, the original, the OG Grandpappy Papa Flerf, lying scum, filth, garbage human, lies, deceives people intentionally by claiming that this 2353 degrees of latitude is the Tropic of Capricorn, when it was indeed the Tropic of Cancer. He also says many cases, however, are on record of the North Polar Star being visible far beyond the... So he's saying many cases. He gives one case that's wrong. The reason why this came up is because both Dirth and Nathan Thompson, I think recently, have quoted this. 160 years ago, a filthy, dirty piece of scum, filth, lying, garbage human lied, and recently, some other dirty, filthy scum humans have repeated that same lie without doing any research. Do your own research. Didn't do it. We just did it right here. Thank you, everybody. It's a Rubik's especially. So yes, Peter Markley, yes, absolutely. Get that on the Flerf Wiki. Hit me up later and I can get you the what I have. Weird. I heard Spithead and I instantly thought of Witsit. I've obviously spent too many hours watching this stuff. Gary IW says Spithead is about 50 degrees north. No way you could see the Southern Cross from there. Yeah. So there it is. Good stuff. All right. Do we have we got Jack Fetter says poll. You have to host one of these guys for a month. Who? Witsit, Fakatzoid, or Steve? They have to live in your home for a month. Oh my goodness. Oh, girl. All right, you have to host one in your home a month. You got Spitsit. You got the Catzoid, and you got Lying Steve. There you go. Enjoy. Yeah, nobody would host Santos. It's not even worth it. So all right, so Charles Arnold, what did Sergeant's chat figure out? Nothing, I'm sure. They never do. So I know I refuse to answer that poll. I choose death. That's a hard poll. That is a hard poll. Oh my gosh. All right. Patrick, what? Okay. Maybe I'll see if we can get a hold of one more flatty. At least Fakatzoid has a job, says Bob. Latest rumor is it's not the case anymore. I forgot. All right. Let's it's a phone a Flerf. See if I can find a Flerf. Looking here. Why are all flatties toxic? Why are they're just all so absolutely toxic? calling a flatty. goodness. We got Sean Griffin, liar extraordinaire, coming in here. Denial in real time. Oh, let's put it back up on screen. I'm not thinking this flat he's answering. All right, here we go. Here we go. We'll start with the source. Start with the source here. Sean Griffin. I can't believe you actually are defending Rowbottom, the scum. On the 19th of April, in latitude 2353, longitude 3546, Captain Wilkins reports that the Southern Cross and Polar Star were both distinctly visible at midnight. The ship received her orders and sailed for the Thames with the troops on board. Now shortly before this. So that was the 19th of April. Okay, you see that? The 19th of April. So we go just a little bit before that. Let's see, it's talking about the Lizard was sighted on the 10th instead, on the 18th. So let's... The hired troop ship, Sir George Captain Wilkins, arrived at Spitzhead yesterday from the Cape of Good Hope. That's from where? From South Africa, right? Wait, hold on. I'm going to pull up a map here so we can see where. Yeah. So Cape of Good Hope is in South Africa. Left on, and thence sailed on the 5th of March. Arrived at St. Helena on the 17th. So where's St. Helena? Right, St. Helena is an island. There you go. In like kind of diagonal from South Africa toward the Horn of Africa there. And it is at 15 degrees south latitude. So it's north of the Tropic of Capricorn. Okay, this is critical. North of the Tropic of Capricorn already. On what day? On what day? Right? Sean Griffin, you filthy scum. On what day? Let's look here. Arrived at St. Helena the 17th and sailed again on the 18th. Okay, so left St. Helena on the 18th, heading north because they're going to England. Okay, so they're at 15 degrees south latitude, heading north. Heading north. Man, you just can't help but lie. You just can't help but lie, Sean. What a pathetic life you have, Sean. Like, gross. Anyway, they're heading north from 15 degrees south latitude. So they're already north of the Tropic of Capricorn on the 18th. Okay. And then on the 19th, they're going north on the 19th of April at latitude 2353. Now, when they started at 15 degrees south and they're going north, and then they get to 23 degrees. Which 23 degrees are they getting to? 23 degrees north latitude. They're traveling north. They didn't go south from St. Helena in a day and a half from 15 to 23, then turn around and go backtrack all that all the way past the Tropic of, from the Tropic of Capricorn, past the equator, past the Tropic of Cancer. Like, how fast did that ship go in order to do that? Makes no sense. The ship received her orders and sailed for the Thames with the troops on board last evening. So this was published on what day was it? What day was it published? It was published on May. It was published in May. Right? There you go. So on the 19th of April, it was headed north. So Sean, I don't know. Rowbottom's statement wasn't specifically stating it was on Capricorn. That was part of the many statements before. Oh my gosh. What a piece of trash. Many cases, however, are on record of the North Polar Star being visible far beyond the equator, as far even as the Tropic of Capricorn. And are you saying this next sentence is completely unrelated? Is that your claim, Sean? In the Times newspaper of May 13, under the head of it stated that Captain Wilkins distinctly saw the Southern Cross and the Polar Star at midnight, 2353 degrees of latitude. Are you saying that that's unrelated to the exact previous sentence that says Tropic of Capricorn and 23 degrees being Tropic of Capricorn south versus 23 degrees north? Oh dear, Sean. And oh, he even gives a diagram for us, Sean, you filthy, disgusting, lying piece of trash. Sean, Revelation says that you're going to burn in hell forever because you're a liar. Mr. Kingdom in context. What's the context for that one? Look at this, Sean, right here. It's on screen right here. Rowbottom gave a diagram for it. Oh, look at that. There's the pole star, North Pole Star there on the right side. And you see where the N is? Right here. North, and here's the pole star. See that? And here is down this direction. I don't know what this D is, right? Down here. This is the what is this? Down here. Come on, buddy. What is this? What is he showing? Let N represent the North Pole right here. Let EE the equator, CC Tropic of Capricorn right here. Tropic of Capricorn. It will be evident that the line of sight CD, right there, being tangent to the Earth beyond the equator, must diverge from the axis N and could not in any known possible cause the star P to be visible to an observer C. So this is the tangent to the sphere right here, the thing that Oakley doesn't think is possible. So he's saying that the observer here is at C. That's what Rowbottom is saying. You dirty, stinking, filthy liar. Sean, my goodness. Sean, so what are you going to do when I find a pic in 2025 of both pole stars in the sky simultaneously? You're not going to find it, Sean. I'll put $100,000 on it. Except on the equator, right? Do it from the Tropic of Capricorn. How about that? $100,000. Tropic of Capricorn, Polaris, and the Southern Cross at the Tropic of Capricorn on the surface, not from the ISS. My gosh. Sean, you are the one that is lying. You don't get to call other people demons when you're the one lying. Sean, you just are, what you're claiming that Rowbottom wasn't I mean, it's on screen, right? Nobody can delete them. Nobody can hear. Oh, you know what? I will do what you won't do, Sean. Watch this. So that you do not get blocked. This is the opposite of what you do, by the way, Sean. You block everybody. You have to cultivate a perfect echo chamber. You must purify thy echo chamber, Sean, and block people that disagree with you. There are many testimonies, even in the modern day. You are lying just like Rowbottom did. Right here. Right here. Many cases, however, are on record. Yet, where's the one? The one is this lie. Oh, I love just exposing liars like you, Sean. Yeah, sourcing one currently. Sure you are, Sean. Get that photo. Get that photo from here, from right here. Right here. A photo of the North Star. And simultaneously, the same time, just turn around 90 degrees and get what? The Southern Cross from the Tropic of Capricorn. Oh, geez. Basic reading comprehension. Basic reading comprehension. Look, dude. North polar star being visible far beyond the equator, as far even as the Tropic of Capricorn. I don't know how that is challenging to anybody. Does anybody have a hard time understanding what that means? Seeing Polaris at the Tropic of Capricorn. That's what that means. Yeah. I just blocked. Oh, bless Sean. That's everybody. False accusers. Just call everybody a false accuser that you don't like, Sean. Anyway, Sean, I will anxiously wait. Now that you're a mod here, you can post the link that you will never have of the photo or video of somebody at the Tropic of Capricorn seeing Polaris. What's so scary about your creator living above you in a firmament? Nothing. What's the problem, Sean, is that you're a liar. The earth is not flat. You don't have anything. You don't have anything at all, Sean. Everything about your little delusional pizza planet thing is a lie. When you talk about your Pikes Peak thing or whatever measurement you're talking about, it's a lie. You didn't do the math. You can't do math. And Sean, when I was on your channel and I said, I'm going to make a liar out of you, I did make a liar out of you. You had time lapses of the sun setting in Antarctica from locations where the sun should set in Antarctica, according to the globe. I said I have a video of the sun not setting for 5 days in Antarctica. Remember, I said, I'm going to make a liar out of you. And then you lied about that video. And now I've gone to Antarctica and I've personally recorded the sun doing circles for 24 hours a day. Now what, Sean? You're going to move those goalposts, little buddy. So now it's 15 degrees south. It's the Tropic of Capricorn. No, Tropic of Capricorn is not 15 degrees south, Sean. My gosh. Oh, wow. No, Tropic of Capricorn is not 23 degrees, or it's not 15 degrees south. The St. Helena Island is that far south. St. Helena, it's right there. It's actually about 16 degrees south latitude. So 15.9. I don't know what port they went to there. Interesting little island in the ocean there. Not a whole lot around. Very remote. Imagine living there and the only way to get in and out was sailboats. No planes, nothing like that. All right. Yeah, Sean, I know you can't do math. That's a fundamental requirement for flat earthers. You can't do math. Right, Sean. How does the sun set? The sun can't set on flat earth. You don't even get that. You don't even get that. It doesn't matter how far away it is. It will never get to the ground. It never can. It can't. Ion says, I had Santos as a guest and he kept begging with puppy eyes whenever I needed to relieve myself. Oh my gosh. Oh, Aldebaran says, KIC, I'm in Hawaii. Polaris is not that far over the horizon from here. How in the world can you think anyone south of the equator can see it? Oh, Sean, yeah, you don't deny seeing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Yeah, but you denied it when I showed a video of a 5-day time lapse. And you lied about it. Right? Okay, good, great. There's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, even though when I was on your show, you completely rejected it. Now, that doesn't work on your pizza planet. What are you going to do now, Shawnee Poo? Let's see. which of your buddies, you're gonna go to this map, this guy's map? You're gonna look at this guy here, because you know what, Eric Dubé, and he has a ship going over the edge. I love it. Trolling himself. So let's see here. He has here. He uses Rowbottom's map right there. This is from 1865. Right there. Where you got Antarctica around the outside. And then he says that the sun goes around the middle there. Right? For 160 years, the flat Earth position has been the same. Right? How can you be here and look south and see the sun? It doesn't work. Sean is right now having main character syndrome. Okay, so you got Dubé's book. Doesn't work using that one. We got another liar here, Dean Odell, who wants to fight me. Got his book, chapter. I forget the page. I should. Yeah. He's got. There it is. He's got the AE map, the same map with Antarctica around the perimeter. You could never look due south and see. Oh, my dog. Hey, don't press the buttons, dogs. That's what's going on. You could never see on here. You could never see the sun due south. So, right, Dean Odell, wrong. You just look at the cover of Hendry's book. Antarctica around the outside. Can't work. It's right on the cover. Wrong. Vincent Rhodes' book. He's got the same map in here. Hold on. So Sean, how? There it is. He's got the AE map right there. How does it work? All right. All right. Not trusting your video versus denying the observations from people they do trust or to. Good. Got it. Now I'm waiting for you still, Sean. Explain how the 24-hour sun works on your dirt pizza. Are you rejecting all of those maps? The 160-year history of flat earthers? Fine. You need a different map, though. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, but Sean, here's what we believe about you. You lie. That's what we believe about you. And the evidence is you lying constantly about stuff. Right? So how does it work? You don't know, you're going to run away. Of course you're going to run away. Standard flatty, like zero evidence for anything. So, all right. What force do they say makes the sun circle on the pizza earth? They have no answer to that. Sean, you can ask Sean all day long. He won't answer. What keeps the sun up? They don't know. What makes the sun go in circles? They don't know. What makes the sun move in and out in larger and smaller circles? They don't know. What causes the light and heat of the sun? They don't know. What causes the phases of the moon? They don't know. What keeps the moon up? They don't know. What when will what causes the shadow that the moon goes into on the eclipse we just saw a couple days ago? They don't have a stinking clue. Oh my gosh. How did you model the 24-hour sun on the firmament, little buddy? You didn't. You had little dreams that you wished you could, but all you've done is show that flat Earth is a cult. It is purely a cult. Flerfs can publish books. Yes. Yeah, there's old ones, but getting original copies of them are right. That's about it for the new ones. I haven't seen it modeled though. That's the thing, Sean. You don't have a model. Like, oh, well, Hanby did it. No, he didn't. When did he put the camera inside the dome, under the dome? He never did, Sean. He always has it outside the dome. You know why? I can show you why, Sean. I got a little Hanvey model myself. Look at that. I got this. So Hanvey leaves the camera there, right? And then he looks through this part of the dome, and then sees a light going around in circles. And he's like, oh, look, it's going around the right direction. But what it's doing is he's got a light up here, and he's moving it around. And you see the light reflecting off of here, and it's doing this. This is on the rear of it. It's just going here. So if he put the camera inside here and looked that direction, well, you wouldn't see that. That's not what you'd see, right? It doesn't work, Sean. And that's why Hanvey won't do it. Now, when you model it, to really rub it, to just slice open, to do vivisection on, for all you flatties, and pour salt in it. The globe predicted that the elevation of the sun would be 34 degrees at the most and 13 degrees at the south. What does Hanvey's model predict? Don't know. Don't know at all. Listen to my denial of what's been filmed and modeled. There's no filming or modeling of Flat Earth predicting it. Sean, it's not been done. It's not been done. I've looked at what Hanvey's done. He didn't model it. Modeling would output 13 degrees elevation, 34 degrees elevation. Nobody modeled that. And he didn't film it with the camera inside the dome. He filmed it from outside the dome. DP debunks. Joe Hanvey model is the psyop to sell flat earthers a stupid amount of Tupperware. PhD Tony, the vivisection implies flat earth is alive. I take it back. Dissection. Oh my gosh. Even Hanvey says it's just a proof of concept. And the reason why Hanvey says that is because he knows he knows what happens when he puts the camera inside. I know what happens when you put the camera inside. I got one. I did it. I got a video of moving the dome. Here's the other thing. This is hilarious. Okay. Right. Let's take this, right? This map is Gleason's map on the right. So this book, Hendry. Do you like Hendry, Sean? You shouldn't. You should. But do you like Hendry? Okay. Here's his map. Let's grab his map right here. Okay, right here. Now, at the bottom of the map is a scale. It's not really a scale. It's a little bit of a slide rule, basically. It's a conversion between statute miles and nautical miles. That's what the top one is. I think the bottom one is a scale between degrees and length, I think. Too small on this one to read. But what this essentially shows is that claims accurately is that there is 60 nautical miles per degree latitude. So from the center toward the perimeter, every degree has 60 nautical miles. I agree. That matches reality. Now, this distance, he doesn't state on here. The distance between lines of longitude, right? The globe states that, but this doesn't. Okay. So where was I going with that? So it's about, so what this does is if you take this and you do what Hanvey does and you put the dome over top of it. Have you seen that? He takes this map or other maps and he puts the dome on top of it. Okay. Now when you do that, here's what you get. From the center to the perimeter, that's radius. Okay. This is great. This is great. And here's the math. Sean, I bet you can't do this math. This is going to confuse you. Right? This is right on the edge of what any flat earther can do. Okay. You ready? What is the circumference of the perimeter here, where the dome comes down? What's the circumference? Right? Now, people that can do middle school math can figure it out. Pi d or 2 pi r. Right? I don't think that I don't think that requiring people to memorize formulas is the way to do math. It's always fine to look up a formula. So to get the circumference, pi d or 2 pi r. R is what? How do you get r? Well, how many degrees is it? You have 60 nautical miles per degree, or 69 statute miles per degree. Let's do it in statute miles. 69. From the North Pole to the equator is 90. From the equator to the dome is another 90 degrees, 180 degrees. Okay? Use a calculator. I'm a math teacher. I tell my kids, use a calculator. We have 180 degrees times 69 miles per degree. 12,420. The distance in miles from the North Pole to the dome, to the firmament there, laddies. Now, multiply by pi, giving you the circumference all the way around here. This right here, 39,000 miles. Okay, all the way around the outside perimeter. Did I do that right? I did. Yep, okay. No, I think I didn't. Hold on. I didn't multiply by 2 yet. Yes, that's what I did wrong. Flat earthers get confused between circumference and circumcision, hence the anti-Semitism. Oh, yes, I didn't do 2 pi. All right, let's do it again. 69 times 180, 12,000 times 2 times pi gives you, all right, that's better. I knew I was wrong because I know the answer. 78,000. 78,000 miles in circumference. Okay, now, the dome, according to Flatties, the dome, this is great, rotates. Physically rotates, because what does the Bible say? Kingdom in context? Mr. Context, what does the Bible say? It says the stars are embedded in the firmament. So this has to rotate once a day. And the perimeter of this thing is 78,000 miles. Now, here's the thing. How fast is that dome moving? It's moving at 3,251 miles per hour. The surface of the dome resting on the perimeter of flat Earth is moving 3,251 miles per hour. So when flatties are like, you believe you're rotating at 1,000 miles an hour. Oh my goodness, that's nothing compared to the 3,500 miles an hour that the dome has to be moving while it's holding up all those waters. What kind of bearings is it sitting on? That's amazing. You know, you'd think that you'd get there and the wind would be quite something from the 3,500 mile an hour dome that's moving sideways. Now, when I was there, I got to admit, I was 700 miles away. I didn't notice it. I didn't notice a rumble or anything. Now, we did have people in our party that went all the way to the South Pole. They were at the actual South Pole. So they would have been just a few feet away from this 3,500 miles an hour sideways rotating firmament dome. Now, you would have thought they would have mentioned it. But nothing, not a single word was, hey, there was a 3,500 mile an hour solid surface moving sideways. So the South should be hot with all that friction. I don't know. What is it made out of? that it can move 3,200 miles an hour and not heat up the air. I mean, that's a pretty stinking fast moving thing. Like when you make an airplane that moves, kind of fast like that, it heats up. What does the SR-71 Blackbird, what's its top speed? Is it 3,200 miles an hour? Is it magnetic bearings? Is it ball bearings? Fletch says it's all ball bearings these days. I don't know. Flat Earth doesn't claim the firmament rotates. Scripture claims the sun, moon, and stars rotate in their positions inside the multiple layers of the firmament. There are multiple layers to the firmament now? Oh my goodness. Sean, you are telling these things in context. Of course, this is all interpretation, buddy. All just your imaginary interpretation that isn't any better than anybody else's interpretation. You just think that your interpretation is gooder and that you understand better than anybody else because Sean is God. Sean gets to tell God what it means. I'm strawmanning what... No, I'm not, Sean. I'm not agreeing with your position. You see, Sean, I don't agree. And lots of people don't agree with your interpretation of the Bible. You don't have a special note from God that your interpretation is the right one, is it? No, Sean, it's not. You don't have that. So you don't get to claim that your version of the Bible is better than everybody else's version of the Bible. Well, ooh, let's see. Psalm 19, 1-6. We got multiple layers. Let's look it up. Let's see here. The heavens declare the glory. The skies proclaim the work. They have no speech. There's no words, no sound. Their voice goes out from all the earth. There are words to the end of the earth. The heavens God has pitched a tent for the sun. It's like a bridegroom coming out of his chamber. It is a champion rejoicing to run its course. It rises at one end of the heavens and makes its circuit to the other. Nothing is deprived of its warmth. Well, none of that says that there's layers. Sean, buddy. No layers there. Man, you really suck. You really suck at this, Sean. And Enoch isn't the Bible, so, I mean... It wasn't... Sean, do you know that wasn't written by Enoch? I think that, but let's see here. Enoch 72 to 80. Oh my gosh, I'm not going to read 8 chapters of it. Addicted to Gaming says, I can't be bothered doing the math. Would that speed be enough to escape Earth's gravity? Well, yes, I think it might be. I don't remember the exact the exact speed. Well, what Earth's gravity? Flat Earthers say gravity doesn't exist, but for this happening, how does that? I don't know. It's this direction. It's moving away from it, right? What's the centrifugal acceleration for 3,200 miles an hour of something that's got a radius of 12,000 miles? I'll leave that to the... Can we get a Markley versus Kick debate on this? Yeah, not here, though. I think the Syriac and Ethiopian Bibles do include Enoch. They do. Yeah, the Ethiopian one for sure. But people don't, right? It's flat earthers that come back later. This is what happens. Flat earthers pick and choose what they want to believe about the Bible, right? That's the key. That's the whole part of it. They're like, oh, well, let's take this verse and let's interpret it thus. That's what they do, right? And good luck finding any group of Christians or any group of people reading any holy book that don't have their own interpretations of it. That's what happens. So you've got Anabaptists that think that if you aren't baptized in water, you don't get to go to heaven. And you've got other people that disagree with that. Who's right? None of them know God. None of them get to say who's right. So is Enoch in the Bible or not in the Bible? Well, Here's what happens. Flat earthers don't think that Enoch's in the Bible until they find flat earth. They're like, oh, this confirms my pre-selected belief. Therefore, I'll say that it's in there. For no reason other than it confirms your pre-selected belief. So you're like, Bible says flat earth. And, well, it doesn't. Like, oh, but Enoch does. Okay, well, then let me come back around the wrong direction and put Enoch in and declare that it is in the Bible. Well, yeah, and then, oh, now it's in the Bible. No, you put it in the Bible because it matched your pre-selected conclusions. Very dishonest way to do things. Red Cedar says the Apostle Paul mentions being caught up in the third heaven, so 3 layers. Well, I don't know. Is heaven the firmament? I don't know. That doesn't seem right. Flerfology says, which layer is cherry nougat? I don't know if I like the cherry nougat. I just take like the Milky Way, like the Snicker bar nougat. That's the one. Jack Fetter says poll. Oh, I did ask. What are we doing on the poll? All right, I'm gonna end the poll here. I can't believe it. Flatsoy, you have to host one of these in your home for a month. Flatsoy, 42%. Lying Steve, 36%, and Spits at 20%. Oh my gosh. Okay. David says I'd pick Witsid with all the Wi-Fi password. Hermit says, wow, you're a sucker for torture getting those Flerf books. I couldn't do that. I have a whole library. I keep it in the top left of Flerf books. So, and I really just want to purchase them from used bookstores. Because I want to get them out of the actual bookstore so nobody accidentally buys them. And so like this one is ruined. It was signed by Dean Odell. And this one, this guy, I feel sorry for this guy's family. No doubt. George Cessna is estranged from his family. How do I know that? Can you see how much he wrote in the book? He read this over and over. This became his Bible. This is George Cessna's Bible. He wrote constant. I mean, look at this mess here, right? And of course, this was falsified. This doesn't work. So that's how I know that George Cessna is estranged from his family, because he went nuts. But my guess is, so I ask, why would this book be in a used bookstore? Could be that he's passed away. So. All right, so. Anyway, see how quick he pulled own Rose words when I called out the conflation of them. Micah, you're still on that? Dude. I didn't conflate his words. He claimed North Star being visible far beyond the equator as far as the Tropic of Capricorn. And then he drew a diagram. Sean, you're living in a fantasy world. I mean, we know that because you think the dirt pizza is possible. But even worse, there's a diagram. I didn't conflate his words. The idiot drew a diagram. I mean, not idiot. He's not an idiot. He's a snake oil salesman. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was fooling people. His marks were the gullible, ignorant people of the countryside of England, of the south of England, who didn't know any better how to determine whether or not this was correct. He left like really sly in the Times newspaper under the head of blah blah blah. Distinctly saw the Southern Cross at 2353 degrees of latitude. He did not say south latitude. Right? He did not say south latitude. He did not say Tropic of Capricorn in this sentence. He's a snake. I see right through this. It's very clear what he's doing. He is deceiving the readers here. Right? He sets it up talking about Tropic of Capricorn. So the reader has in their mind Tropic of Capricorn. Right? Then he has this thing here where he doesn't say Tropic of Capricorn. He doesn't say south latitude. He lets the reader take the previously prompted Tropic of Capricorn and fill it in for that 23.5 degrees, which is where the tropics are. But he lets the reader think it's south latitude. He's led the reader to believe that this line is talking about the Tropic of Capricorn. But when somebody else can come at him later and say, wait a second, you said this was at the Tropic of Capricorn. And he goes, I didn't say that. I didn't say it was at the south latitude. I just said nothing about which north or south it was. Look at that. Right? And then this would be utterly impossible if the Earth were a globe, as shown in diagram figure 20. Correct. It would be impossible if the Earth were a globe to see it at the Tropic of Capricorn. That is correct. But they didn't see it there. Wow, he's still going after it. Sean, you really are. Like, you are as slimy of a snake as Rowbottom. What is wrong with you? Like, you have a serious problem with lying, Sean. But having said, there are many such observations from the Tropic of Capricorn, which is a lie. That's true, yeah. So this statement on its own is not a lie. This statement on its own is not a lie. When put together, this group, starting here, this group here, put together, is intentionally leading the reader to believe something that is untrue. I mean, this is high level phishing here, right? Phishing, phishing, right? I write email filtering software. My profession is identifying phishing scams. This is a phishing scam. It is carefully crafted by Rowbottom to intentionally deceive people. And Sean is digging in on this deception. Naughty, naughty. At 23 degrees north, should Captain Wilkins have seen both pole stars? He did not see both pole stars. He did not claim to see both pole stars. He said Southern Cross. Read right there, Sean. Southern Cross is not the pole star, you idiot. You filthy lying scum. Southern Cross is not the pole star. Wow. I mean, maybe you're just that dumb. Maybe you're really stupid and you think that the Southern Cross constellation is the pole star. Maybe you think that. Do you? Well, let's pull up. My goodness, he's still going. He's amazing. So, I'll get the specific declination of the four stars of the Southern Cross. You've got Acrux. Hold on. Pulling it up just a second here. Man, he must. I would never hire you to write anything. Of course you wouldn't. I will only tell the truth, Sean. You don't want the truth. You only want to lie. Okay, where is it? All right, hold on a second. I'm going to try a different tactic. Yes. Oh, Eric is in here. Eric Burns. You can probably quote it quicker than I can. All right. Yeah. Octans is the pole star, but that's not what they claim to see there. Mr. I have better reading comprehension than everybody else in the world. Didn't say it was the pole star. Oh my gosh, Sean. Oh my gosh, you are just such a scum. Does it hurt to be a scum like you? I mean, do you notice, or is it just like being, I suppose, just being a narcissistic, lying scumbag like you are? All right. We've got Sigma Octantis. No, that's not it. What did I say? Oh, no. Hold on. All right. Hold on. All right. Job, so we got Kevin says Job 26:7. Let's see what that says. He spreads out the northern skies over empty space. He suspends the earth over nothing. Sean, how are you gonna squeak out of that? You're gonna have to have a very specific interpretation there. Okay, we've got Alpha Crux or A Crux, 63 degrees declination, 59 degrees declination south, 57 south, and 59 south. So almost 59 south. 63 south is the farthest. Okay. 63 south. Now, the south celestial pole is 90 south. How far is that? 90 minus 63, Sean. What is that? 27 degrees. Okay, so from 27 degrees north latitude, you should be able to see A Crux. Okay, no problem there. So there is no south pole star. The closest visible star would be Sigma Octantis, about 1 degree from the south pole. There it burns. So Polaris, when it was 1.5 degrees from the north celestial pole, was still called the pole star. So how far does a star need to be called a pole star? 1.5 degrees at least. So I would say Sigma Octantis qualifies just fine. The problem with Sigma Octantis is you can't see it very well. Polaris is really bright. Sigma Octantis is not. So anyway. Sean, you are just lying, though. I mean, we're all seeing you lie. This was funny. People want to, I see King and Megan in context. That's Sean Griffin. He's the liar here. He's trying to defend Rowbottom's deception. It's really sad to see people so happy to deceive. It's gross, really gross. Okay, Jimmy Madison 42 says, Sean, why can Globe Model predict tides so well? Oh yeah, that reminds me, next Tuesday I have a guest on, not a flatty, who is going to be talking about tides. It's going to be cool. Claire Celestin for $20 says, imagine if they applied this amount of denial to other science, like dentistry. Where are my gums? Where are the gums, Nathan? Well, certainly conspiracy nutters do apply this type of denialism sometimes to other stuff. Bob Nodell applied the same type of denialism to all of, medicine in general, and contributed to his death, apparently. So it's claimed. He had issues with, it seems, with his feet, looked like some of the symptoms of diabetes. Untreated diabetes, it's not gonna, you're not gonna keep going for very long. Not forgetting Polaris hasn't always been the northern pole star, nor will it always be. I bet Sean hates that. So, all right. Addicted to Gaming says, I can't be bothered doing the math. Would that speed be enough to escape Earth's gravity? So, did anybody do the math for the centrifugal force around there? I don't know. So just one more time, I just want to marvel at how much Rowbottom was a master of deceiving people. Right? If Earth is a sphere and the pole star, Polaris, hangs over the northern axis, it would be impossible to see it for a single degree beyond the equator, or 90 degrees from the pole. And that's pretty much correct. So at the time, Polaris was more than a half degree away from the center of rotation, maybe about a degree. So that makes sense. Higher elevation would allow that too. So if you're on a mountaintop in South America, maybe a bit farther than a degree, you could potentially see it according to the circumference, or not, to the geometry of the globe. But this is about correct. That's right. The line of sight would become a tangent to the sphere and consequently several thousand miles out and divergent from the direction of the pole star. This is correct. You should not see Polaris more than, let's go 2 degrees south, so we can be have less caveats. Okay. Many cases, however, are on record of the North Polar Star being visible far beyond the equator. This is a blatant lie. Blatant lie. None. As far even as the Tropic of Capricorn. And that's also a lie. Then, now, in an unrelated statement, according to Sean, in the Times newspaper of May 13, 1862, it stated that Captain Wilkins distinctly saw the Southern Cross, not the Pole Star, the Southern Cross, and the Polar Star at midnight in 2353 degrees latitude. Now, I think that pretty much every single one of the stars of the Southern Cross you could see at the Tropic of Cancer, right? And then, in a completely unrelated statement, he says, this would be utterly impossible if the Earth were a globe, as shown in diagram figure 20, right? I agree. If you were actually at the Tropic of Capricorn there, you could not see Polaris. And if you saw that, that would be quite something. But there is no instance of that happening, because this was not the Tropic of Capricorn. This was the Tropic of Cancer. Remind me of which Flerfs have recently repeated this claim of Rowbottom. I think it's both. I think it was Thompson in his debate with Will, and I think Dearth has also said it recently. So there you go. So now he's asking. Sean is asking, show the evidence of when Polaris wasn't the northern pole star. Well, here's what I can do, Sean. I can do something that you cannot do. Show measurements supporting my claim. Right? So, mc2.net/Polaris. I have right here the Nautical Almanac from 1850, which is 15 years prior to Rowbottom writing the book that we were just looking at. 88 degrees, 30 minutes. So that's 1.5 degrees in 1850. 1.5 degrees from the center of rotation, with an annual movement of 19.27 arc seconds. So it was 15 years later, right? Do the math on that. So now we've got Henry Draper catalog, different source than the Nautical Almanac. 8846 in the year 1900. We've got Tycho Brahe, 1572, 86 degrees, 53, so over 3 degrees out. We've got this one here, book by I'm not gonna try. The professor of theology at Danzig. Professor of theology. These are Christians that knew the Earth was a globe and that the Earth is rotating, orbiting the sun. So anyway, writes in 1659, Tycho Polo Zodica Proxima. So Tycho would be Tycho Brahe, right? 1572. So this is after that. Pole, Zodiac Proxima. So it's proximate to the pole. So there you go. Lists it there. Now, the star moves, and this is documentation of its movement, and its velocity changes over time. But you can see here, here's the movement, the annual movement. So you can take these, Sean. You can track them back. There you go. This is Peachy Tony, do you have a reference to the star charts of Hipparchus? We recovered a copy from a I don't have any here, but I'd be happy to set this up. I'd be happy to set it up, or add it there if you have it. So send a Zoom link to Sean. You want to come on and support Rowbottom's fishing expedition there? Give me the objective math about dark matter. Sean, you don't even understand what dark matter is about, buddy. Dark matter is a hypothesis. Sean, we identified distant galaxies rotating at a rate different than what we expected. We don't know why. There is always a we don't know why on the edges of science. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing about we don't know why that is an indictment of science. There isn't anything we don't know why that's a bad thing about science. It doesn't mean anything about it is wrong. Bubba Sweat. Math is subjective. Oh, bless. Math is not subjective, dude. Bible interpretation is subjective, but math is not. Right? You can make mistakes with it, and you can lie and then apply math to it, but other people can identify it. Yeah. Sean isn't very he's not a religious guy in that he wants to take it seriously. He's a religious guy in that he has things that he wants to say, and he wants to believe, and he will choose selectively those things. But anyway, all right. Here we go. Pretty sure I have. Let's see. There it is. Now, all right, I gotta grab the link. Just a second. All right, here it's coming. Here's coming, Sean. Gotta copy it. Love to hear it. Love to hear it in person. How you support Rowbottom's lies. There you go. It's on the way. All right. Sean, give me the math in the firmament. All right. Sent it. Sig. What do you... Why would you think I worship the god of Babylon, Sig? Why do you get to tell me what you don't? I'll tell you don't. Oh my gosh. It's just the stink of desperation. All right, let's get this. All right. How fast is the firmament rotating? That's what I want to know. Why is it fundamental to your helio claims? Why is what fundamental to my helio claims? You're not scheduled to debate me in April, Sean. Are you literally like on acid right now? What the hell? People, he is like hallucinating. I don't know. What drugs cause hallucination, people? That's what Sean's on. Oh my God, Sean. Actual delusional piece of crap. You're such a... Oh my gosh. Oh. Why would you think I'm scheduled to debate you? Who set up the debate? Where was it that I agreed to this, Sean? You are... I am not named Will Duffy. You met with Will in person to talk about the debate. I wasn't there. Will was there. I don't know. Was it in person or was it online? I don't know. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. Oh. All right. The link has been sent. Yeah, so according to Sean, I'm debating on a Wednesday in April. I don't know. That's news to me. Let's see. So where... So yeah, we've got Genesis says that the lights are in the firmament, right? Is that what it says? I don't know. Now, it's not a straw man. I just say, Sean, it's not a straw man because there are many flat earthers that do claim that. So if you guys could all just get together and agree, it'd be really helpful. Addicted to Gaming says, what were those mushrooms the Aztecs used? Peyote buttons or something like that? It must be. Is he on the Santo sauce? I don't know. I sent the link. I disabled the waiting room, so he'll pop in here right away. He said he would be, yeah, but I got a screenshot. I got a screenshot right here. Quote, KIC MC Tune Live, not Will Duffy. I'm already scheduled to debate you on 4/16/25. I got a screenshot of that even. So, yep. I mean, misspoke. I'll take that. Yep. But that is that your excuse for not coming in here right now, and people like have them come in here right now? I don't know. What about the stars, Sean? It was the stars. All right. Well, if you're running, you're running. I get it. But yeah, I mean, you guys should really get together and decide, you know, which lie are you going to stick to about the firmament? Are the stars embedded in it? Are the stars outside of it? How does it work? You know, does it come down at 90 degrees south? Does it come down farther than that? I mean, it makes it harder because now you just got to hold up more. So let's see. Genesis 1:14-17 says God places the lights in the firmament. Right? Now this is English. I don't know. They're in the firmament. So if they move, they must be in the firmament. Unless you mean firmament to be defined as expanse. Well, then yes, they're in the expanse. I get that. If you could get together with geocentrists, why would we get together with them? They're wrong. Of course we don't agree. They're wrong. Oh, jeez. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. God places the lights, sun, moon, stars, in the firmament. In. So if you've got a star in the firmament, like I show here, right? I got your little star in the firmament. In order for it to rotate, it has to do, the firmament has to do that, right? It's in it. You're like, there's layers to it. I don't see that in the Bible, though. There's no layers. He said, I don't know. Let's see. Puppies. Puppies are under the desk here. Okay. I'm not seeing, I don't know. So yeah, I guess I'm not seeing the firmament rotating specifically in the Bible. I guess I'm just going off of what other flatties have said. I'll give you that there, Shawnee Poo. So, all right. All right, well. So looks like it's gonna be a dud from Sean. I guess. Yeah, and we're left wondering which layer is the chewy nougat. So, well, there it is. Sean, are you going to write a book? As soon as it's in a used bookstore, I'll buy it. I even got Nathan Roberts' book. Here it is. Nathan Roberts, used bookstore, of course. Nobody wrote in it, though. Poor Nathan Roberts. Nothing at all. Wow. Wow. Talking smack, Sean, but not coming on. Yeah, got it. Got it. All right. How could Orion be seasonal in the firmament? Yeah. But here's the yes, Tom Long, Globesayer ran to. So here's the key. Here's the key. This is super important. This is super important. Basic geometry. Okay. If we're sitting here, this shows that flat earthers can't do math. This is what flatties think it is right here, right? You got, I'm going to take this away so I can, right? So you've got somebody right here on the surface. We have to imagine the surface there, right? And let's put them right here. Okay. We have a star over there on the far opposite side. You know what? That star is at a positive angle. Positive. It's up. You have to look up to see it. Doesn't matter where it is. It's always, you move it this way, it's up. You move it this way, it's up. You move it this way, it's up and backwards, right? The opposite direction, but still up. So no matter what, no matter how far away that star is, it's still up. Every single star is always visible in the dome. Every one. So at nighttime, in Punta Arenas, you must see Polaris right up there. Right? And we can compute the elevation because Polaris is 45 degrees for me in Minneapolis here. So if it's 45 degrees for me here, then, and I'm 5,000 kilometers from the North Pole, which is the GP of Polaris, that means that Polaris must be 5,000 kilometers high. So we can just go how far I am to Punta Arenas to the GP and just compute the mandatory absolute requirement for flat Earth according to the laws of geometry. How high the stars, the Polaris must be. And you know what we didn't see? We didn't see it. And there you go. Okay, Sean, let's go off of what Machu Kaku said and assume your model is off by... No, Sean, he didn't say that the model was off. He said that one very specific thing was off. That's it, not the model. It had nothing to do with the globe. Nothing at all. And there you go, lying again. This is the same type of phishing, scammy phishing lying as Rowbottom did. I mean, you're learning from the master, right? You're learning how to lie and deceive people from the master, Rowbottom. Yeah. I mean, what? He says math and geometry are subjective. They are not subjective. You don't get to pick, right? Right. I mean, Sean, you actually imagined that geometry supported you for flat Earth. Weird. It doesn't, right? Be like, oh, the elevation of, I don't remember what it was. You're like, at my house, the elevation of this, the angle is wrong. You didn't show the math for that, Sean. When I asked you, you didn't show it. Why not? I know why. Because you suck at math. You can't do math, Sean. Okay, PhD Tony is saying, can you explain why to Sean why Proverbs 26:4-5, right? Let's see what that says. We've got, do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be just like him. I know. I've been talking to Sean, the fool. Answer a fool according to his folly, or he will be wise in his own eyes. Is that the right one? Yeah. All right. What was that one specific things, Michael? I don't remember. You had mentioned that some particular elevation, I might have been Pikes Peak or it was some other mountain. You said it doesn't match the globe math. And what I've found with flat earthers is never once has a flat earther said, this doesn't match the globe math. Every time they say that, they didn't do the globe math. Because flat earthers suck at math. That's how you got to be flat earthers. You can't do geometry. So, yeah. Don't know. I don't know. Sean's in here approving comments. That's great. Oh my gosh. Bless your heart, Sean. You're approving comments. All right. Well, if Sean isn't coming in, I guess we're kind of. Oh, we're kind of coming to an end here. Unfortunately, nobody's made a music video for Sean. I bet he wants one. Somebody might want to make one. I'd play it on the way out, but you know, you are a fan of Flatsoid, which is really gross. Oh yeah. Okay, I'll read it again. Yes, you're right, John. You're right, PhD Tony. Do not answer a fool according to his folly, or you yourself will be just like him. Answer a fool according to his folly, or he will be wise in his own eyes. So yeah, they kind of do contradict each other, right? It says do not answer and answer. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, what was the one specific thing Machu Picchu? I always get it wrong. Said it was, I think it was, I don't remember. It was about the expansion, about, it had nothing to do with the globe. It had to do with, let's see, I'm going to see here. The cosmological constant and its comparison to the energy of the vacuum as predicted by quantum gravity. Now, quantum gravity is a hypothesis at this point. It is not confirmed. So this is what happens in science. You have something you don't understand. You ponder it. You devise ways to test it. You say, well, here's our model of what we think is happening. Okay, let's take that model, let's make predictions with it, and then let's find a way to test it. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Oh, look at that. It matches. Or boom, boom, boom. Look at that. It doesn't match. This is what you do in science. When you find something that doesn't match, you say, okay, well, our hypothesis was wrong. And if you do it and you say, and you find out that it does match, you say, oh, our hypothesis was right. And so the conclusions you can draw is if the hypothesis was wrong, you can make a lot stronger statement, a conclusion from. You say, we had something wrong there. It falsifies something. If it matches, you can't say it proved it. You can say it confirms it. And you do multiple different experiments, ideally with multiple different methods. And when you do that, if they agree, then you have multiple lines of evidence that all agree. So the cosmological constant being off falsified the hypothesis. That's all it did. Of what? The cosmological constant and its comparison to the energy of the vacuum as predicted by quantum gravity. That's what was falsified. It's not our model. It's a very specific, narrow thing. So there you go. Jesus Eber Martinez says the rotation of the galaxy based on math of the mass we thought a galaxy would have. Okay. So there you go. Nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, right? This is all far out there stuff, completely unrelated to the Earth being a globe, right? That being wrong had no impact on it. Right, and the origins of the universe is something that is still being figured out, and things like what's causing galaxies to rotate at the speed they are, don't know. It is a question in science at this point, right? There are questions in biology. What causes this? Don't know yet. Research is ongoing. There are questions in quantum mechanics. What causes this effect? Don't know yet. It doesn't mean that the other things of quantum physics are wrong. It means that the edges of it are being explored. That's the point of science, is figuring out the things that we don't yet know. So the fact that there are things that we don't yet know doesn't put the other stuff into question. Oh my gosh. And here he's playing semantics games. Like all filthy scum do when they don't have evidence for their position, they play semantics. In cosmology, we were off by a factor of 10 to the 120. You think he was talking about in cosmology in general? Or was he talking about the cosmological constant and its comparison to the energy of the vacuum as predicted by quantum gravity specifically? Here's where you're a liar again, Sean. You don't get to tell him what he was talking about. You don't understand this topic. You don't know anything about the cosmological constant. You don't know anything about cosmic gravity. Machukaku is a string theory expert. String theory is something that is still not fringe, but still not confirmed, right? And I've said it in the past, and people are like, "No, they've figured these things out." All right, I'm not Machukaku in this, right? There's a lot of things in string theory that haven't worked out too well, and they haven't been able to confirm. So it's still a rather unconfirmed field. So no problem there. It is a hypothesis that's trying to understand and explain other things. My cosmology depends on spherical. Now you're conflating these things. Man, Sean, you are just a scum. Oh, man. Harley Corner says Kaku is fringe as a whole. I don't know. Those edges of cosmology, I don't have the depth in. So. Here's a link to the quote. Doctor. Ooh, it's actually his what's going on, Donkey? I think Donkey was having a dream. You okay, puppy? Answer to riddle number 47. If you calculate the energy of the vacuum, the cosmological constant, and compare it with quantum gravity, the mismatch is 10 to the 120. Oh my goodness, Donkey. The biggest mismatch in history. If you ever figure this out, be sure to tell me first, then we can split the Nobel Prize. So there you go. Sean. So you don't get to tell Michikaku, what he means. You know who gets to decide that? He does. He does. So let's pull it up. Let's look at his actual words. All right. Sean, I don't know. Are you going to take this or are you going to double down on your lie? I found that flatties like to double down. Right here. If you calculate the energy of the vacuum, the cosmological constant, and compare it with quantum gravity, the mismatch is 10 to the 120. He didn't say the model, the entire model. Sean, you are scum, though. Sean, like he said, Sean, imagine thinking you're saying something effectual by calling people scum with whom you disagree. Sean, you are scum. I'm calling you scum because you are intentionally lying. Okay? You intentionally misrepresented what he said to support your lie. Right? Let's go back here. Let's look. I'll give you the quote. In cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. Right? You are trying intentionally to put words in Dr. Michikaku's mouth. I've got it on screen right here. Okay? That makes you scum, Sean. You just love lies. I have zero respect for liars. I'll call liars scum all day long, right? It's maybe comes from years of blocking scum professionally, right? And I don't see a distinction between you and the people that are sending out phishing emails that are trying to get grandma's credit card number or somebody's email password, right? I don't have a distinction between you and them, Sean, because you are intentionally lying to deceive people as well. So, all right, what is Perks getting timed out or blocked for? Is he going there? If he's not going there, he doesn't need to get blocked. So hold on. Oh my gosh, it's okay. It's okay. That's fine. He can lie about rock. Like they all imagine that Rockefeller, like just by saying it was Rockefeller means something. It doesn't. If it's wrong, show where it's wrong. If you think Rockefeller put the wrong stuff in and you are the holder of the key of knowledge of the right stuff, well, show the right stuff. Saying it's wrong without showing where it's wrong isn't doing anything. So, all right. Rockefeller owns all of you hamsters on a wheel. Oh, you're so edgy there, Perks. All right. Yeah, Sean is probably quoting from that video where he made a similar statement. The thing is, quoting from a video that's in a popular science piece. No, go read the paper, Sean. Always go to the highest quality source. There's probably a paper or multiple papers that discuss this. Go there. College says he's saying stupid things. Figured to give him a dunce hat. Now, the thing is about when people come in and say stupid things, I like it to stay here, right? Because this right here is a testament to how stupid they are. Then we get to embarrass them, right? Perks for the win comes in and says stupid things. Let's laugh at him, right? That's why I gave Sean a wrench so that he can just say stupid things and we can show that how much he lies, right? All right. Martin H says, look like TFE has removed all the decent Flerfs and left us with the lunatic element at the bottom of the barrel to play with. Yes. I've said it before, and occasionally there gets to be a round of distillation in Flat Earth, where a layer of the little bit better ones get peeled off. And TFE was one of the biggest, and so there was a distillation. It purified the idiocy and scumminess of Flat Earth. It took those that wanted to be honest out. They've been purified out, right? Robbie Davidson was like, that was evidence. That was it. You know, this was the map. This was Robbie's map. And he's like, oh, well, you couldn't see the sun south from here. Doesn't work. Out. Super. Good for him. Paul on the plane. Out. Good for him. Shifty right here in the comments. Love you, man. Out. And Shifty says all the smart Flerfs bailed. Shifty was a Flerf. He just called himself smart. That's okay. You get to. Oh my gosh. Oh, kick. Oh, Sean. Oh, I got to read what. Show me. I'm going to screenshot this. Show me a model I asked for, and I'll show you a complete and fully working model of mine. Oh, Sean, what are you asking for? Well, PhD Tony, can you show me a functioning and accurate model of your brain? We don't have that. Biology, we got none of that kind of stuff. All right. Well, so I don't know what model Sean is asking for. I don't know what you, all right. But I'll do this, Sean. I'll show you an accurate model of the globe. Okay? That shows the sunrise and sunset time and angle. Let's start with that. Okay? I'll do that. Sean, if I do that, can you do that? Can you do that for Flat Earth? An accurate one that tells the time and the of sunrise and sunset and the horizontal angle, the azimuth angle of sunrise and sunset. Can you do that? If I do that? I'd love to hear. Show me your spinning globe in a vacuum that holds water to it. Well, certainly that's not a problem. There we go. Is this it? Yeah, here we no, that's the wrong one. Just a second. Wrong one again. There it is. Okay. So, Sean, here's the model. The radius of the Earth has been measured. The density of the Earth has been measured. So we know the mass of the Earth. We also know the gravitational constant. So given those things, we know the mass of the Earth and the radius of the Earth. For any point on the surface of the Earth, if you know the elevation, you can now compute your the acceleration due to gravity. Okay, g equals gravity, lowercase g usually, or a acceleration due to gravity equals gravitational constant times the mass of the Earth times the mass of the object over the radius squared. Now, you can also use F equals ma, and for any object within the gravitational field, you can substitute in for a, use the m for the m's cancel, you get acceleration. Sorry, the first one was F, not A. Acceleration equals the gravitational constant times the mass of the Earth divided by the radius squared. That gives us the acceleration. It's accurate. Cool. We've confirmed it many times. 9.8 meters per second squared. It varies with elevation and latitude, matching the rotation of the Earth as well. So there we have water sticking to the surface of a ball. There's our model. It's a mathematical model. That's what models are. Oh, precious. Sean says Flat Earth has plenty of measurements to back it up. Oh, you're so cute when you say you have measurements. Oh, Flatties, you're so precious. Oh, and he's like, you first. Sean says, you first. All right. Well, there's water sticking to it. And when you rotate it, you get a centrifugal acceleration at the equator, 0.03 meters per second squared, which is very inconsequential compared to the 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration toward the Earth. So water will stick to the spinning ball. There's the model. It's based on measurements. So, all right. Now, here's Sean, I'm waiting for you. You never said it, but I know you won't, so I won't even bother. I'm in Minneapolis. Let's go to Minneapolis. And let's see here where the date is the 19th. Let's go to latitude 45 and about 93. There you go. So there is, right? There's about Minneapolis. Okay. And let's move to important times, useful times. We've got sunrise. So here we go for tomorrow in just a few hours here. This is both the angle and time of sunrise. So we're getting close to the equinox. So sunrise will be almost due east. Look at that. Radius hasn't been assumed. I've measured it myself. I've measured it myself multiple times, Sean. You know what? I get 6,371 right in there. Anyway, and this confirms it because the radius is used in this. Isn't that great, Sean? The radius of the Earth is used, and the distance to the sun is used in the actual JavaScript. People that are independent, you can go look at the JavaScript here. It's really cool. Nothing like independent observation. All right, well, sunrise right here, 6:16 a.m. See that? And sunset is at 18:24. It's 6:24 p.m. Right? There you go. And the angle, the azimuth, 89.53. So almost due east and almost due west. Look at that. Isn't that precious? Now, here's what's really cool, Sean. When we were in Punta Arenas, let's get down here. It was December. We saw that we measured it on the 13th. I think we measured the sunset. And we were at -53 and right about there. Very close. There you go. There's the Straits of Magellan. You can see there. I'm not quite spot on. I can go a little bit. About 71 is closer. There you go. So there it is. We got the time. We got the location. So what is the 13th of December? The azimuth. Look at that. It was what we actually. It's pretty cool. Sunrise, right there. Dang, that's where we saw the sunrise. It was south of due east. And what about sunset? Look at that. South of due west. This is what we actually observed, Sean. This matches reality. So here, there you go. Use the bar and buttons at the right-hand side. Oh yeah, here. There you go. Anyway, there you go, Sean. There's the model accurately predicting. Now it's on you. Show the model of flat Earth that accurately predicts. Let me just do one location. Just do this one here. Just do Punta Arenas in December. So now here's what really cool. This is to scale. Look at that. This is computing the sun 150 million kilometers away. Isn't that cool? Bunny Killer, do I ever get sleep? No. It's overrated. All right, so Sean, this is on you now. Okay, I've used the radius of the Earth. I've used the measured radius of the Earth. I've used the measured distance between the Earth and the sun to determine the orbital period of the Earth around the sun and the rotational period of the Earth, today. So, thanks for affirming my statement that variable are what we assume them to mean, and math is subjective. Oh my gosh, you are an idiot. What a piece of trash you are. Oh, this is embarrassing for everybody. Well, for your entire family here, at least. This isn't subjective, Sean. This is objective. Right? It's objective that we measured the radius of the Earth. It's objective that we measured the distance between the Earth and the sun to be 150 million kilometers. And you use these things and it matches reality. So here's the problem, Sean. None of this is subjective. What part of this is subjective? None of it. None of it is subjective. And then we take that and we put it into this model. And then we go and compare to reality, and reality matches. Right? This is lame Flat Earth is. This is how much of a cult it is. That when we actually use a model based on measurements, it predicts the future. It's not a subjective claim. Oh my gosh. None of this is subjective, you lying piece of scum. Wow. How do you survive being such a liar? Oh. All right. Well, Sean, that's enough embarrassing you. I got the puppy here. How you doing, pupper? How you doing, penguin? How you doing? Yes, she got a haircut too. Look at this. She was a little scraggly before. So anyway. Yeah, nobody takes Sean seriously. He's right. He's a lot like Flatzoid, and he'll just lie or whatever is necessary. Like, it doesn't matter. Just lie for Flat Earth. Lie and lie and lie. So anyway, people, it's been great. It's been great humiliating Flat Earth yet again. Sean, you owe us a model. We know you won't have it. I want to just remind everybody that Dearth landed in JFK on the 14th. How do I know that? Super secret. Do the cats and dogs get along? Before Donkey, Penguin and Turtle would play, but now Donkey just wants to play, but playing to Donkey is not the same as playing to Turtle. Anyway, thank you, everybody. Tomorrow, Craig and Toon, we will be on live, but we'll have to put one more week for Top Left voting videos. And then Thursday, I've got Dapper Dino coming in. Thursday at 10 p.m. Everybody will see that.
Pick it up, pick it up. Is it dirt? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dirt or a potato? Check it out. Dirt or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Dirt or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on! Yo, can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt for a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt for potato, let's go. Skank it out. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, rude boys. On the garden patch or a silly trick, will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guess